both at the societal level and individually. Politics organizes individuals in the society to pursue and achieve certain goals, while science, in its objective application, has the power to shape tomorrow through research and innovation. It is important if it does not fit the purpose of human development that affects individuals and shapes their lives. Simply put, social science is the study of individual and social behavior shaped and influenced by science and technology. I am persuaded, ladies and gentlemen, that there is a positive relationship between democracy, a system of politics, and economic development, improving the well-being of people. This is my understanding of the political economy, of how it is organized. The more well-to-do a nation is, the greater the chances that it will sustain democracy. When such a nation is also a leader in science and innovation, then the outcome is a striking case of a rich and technologically highly advanced country. The United States of America fits this bill very well. China, on the other hand, is relatively different, but has developed to be the world's factory and the second largest economy. It has consolidated its growth through state-guided modernization, which is science-led, in infrastructure, foreign investment, digital innovation, and strategic industrial policy. Can Africa do the same? A UNDP research paper published in 2010 states that democracy causes economic development, but the reverse is not always the case. However, since freedom of thought, of experimentation, and of questioning the received dogma is necessary for scientific development, it follows, therefore, that encouraging democratic institutions to grow will thereby lead to an enabling environment for scientific research and inquiry. If we understand human development as growth in per capita incomes through job creation, asset accumulation at the household level, equity and equality, then democratic institutions are preferred for this kind of growth. In working democracies, the added advantage is the establishment of accountability structures, participation, and the right to information fundamentally to safeguard individual and societal freedoms. Where is Africa in this context? How have the African Academy of Sciences and the African Scientific Research Innovation Council promoted institutionalized scientific research and made their findings available for planning and development in Africa? In its brief informing us of this conference, the African Academy of Sciences highlights its achievements in the Arise PP initiative. Though only 5 years in existence, its achievements are all quantitative inputs. Suffice it to say, there's a risk of this being an input-driven process. When an account is top-heavy on inputs and does not meet the expectations of the people, it is simply wasteful. My experience on African development that African governments tend to spend scarce resources on ill-conceived projects which do not meet the expectations of the people. So far, ASS and ASRIC, what will these input achievements translate into for the African people, notwithstanding only 5 years of implementation? Two issues should inform the answer. One is making democracy work. We have already seen the positive relation between democracy and economic development, and this should be catalyzed by science-driven initiatives. And two, translating the findings from the commissioned research to outcomes that improve African societies equally and equitably. Why have I taken this position? A special report by The Economist, published in January 6, 2025, titled "The Economic Gap Between Africa and the Rest of the World is Growing," states that, and I quote, "In terms of the great issues of the 21st century, the fact that Africans are becoming relatively poorer, even as they are powering the world's population growth, ranks up there with climate change and the risk of nuclear war. On current trends, Africans will make up over 80% of the world's poor by 2030, up from 14% in 1990. Why isn't our science working to halt or reverse this trend? Can the African Academy of Sciences and ASRIC take on this grim prognosis and change it for the better? What are the obstacles that make it difficult for scientists and social scientists to influence public policy for better outcomes for society? In the US, the political economy has leveraged science with enviable outcomes and sometimes to do so, and continues to do so, sorry. Look at how they keep drowning us in technological breakthroughs. Of course, this does not mean that their quality of life has improved, but science drives their growth. China equally is on the same trajectory with a science-based development agenda that has made its domestic market an important one for the US and the EU. And their capacity to produce is not due to low wages, but high levels of efficiency and near-perfect skills learned over time. This education system works. Their education system works. We know that Africa is a continent that is rich in assets, but when it comes to financial resources, it is poorest. This is attributed to global markets that are happy to exploit it for raw materials, knowing fully well that they will recover these costs in value addition via the sale of finished products. What is the gap between inputs in raw materials and output in finished products? Science and technology. This gap cannot be filled by upstream discussions among an extremely small group of well-read academics. There is need to share such discussions with a wider public. This is one of the major goals that the African Academy of Sciences was established to achieve. For African economies to create the technical advances that will enable it to make huge leap for modern growth, it needs a radical shift in its public education systems from early childhood, primary, all through to tertiary levels. The system must be driven by learning by doing. It must encourage a culture of innovation, one in which new and radical ideas are encouraged and respected, especially those that emerge from African indigenous knowledge systems. It is important to remember the biopiracy row over the Hoodia cactus 25 years ago in South Africa, where an American pharmaceutical company stole indigenous knowledge from South Africa and got away with it. Briefly, interest payments made by a country can be converted to development options for that country and redirected to the development of their public education, health, housing sectors with modern support infrastructure to benefit the grassroots for free. This would be done under the environment, social and governance frameworks, or Pact for the Future. More importantly, it would accelerate SDG attainment, which in some countries are at 12% attainment. It requires discussions with other governments from the global north. In our case, this would be the European Union structured around the integration pillars, advancement in science, and institutionalized democratic credentials. It can be piloted immediately under the current legal and market frameworks in a subnational government like Kisumu County. This is a discussion I would like to have, I would like us to have on the sidelines with our EU partners. To put this approach in perspective, Kenya alone has set aside 1.3 trillion Kenyan shillings in its 2025-26 budget for interest payments. Constitutionally, interest payment is the first charge on the consolidated fund. Defaulting has serious consequences. This amount would change Kenya drastically if converted to development options and deployed to develop its public education, health, and housing systems with science at the center of these developments. It will also deal radically with the cancer of corruption. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, let me say this. Science and technology hold the key to the progress and development of any nation. Technology plays a fundamental role in wealth creation, improvement of the quality of life, and real economic growth and transformation of any society. If science and technology can be integrated in our education systems from the primary level, where what is taught in schools is applied to improve local capacities in a learning context, that enables them to value asset endowments, then Cote d'Ivoire would add value to its cocoa production before exporting it. Zambia would add value to its copper production before exporting it. The DRC would add value to its cobalt production before exporting it, and so on. Equitable ownership will retain earnings to improve incomes and the well-being of the local communities. It is the role of politics to make this happen this way through growth-oriented policies and even-handed regulation. When I was appointed Minister for Planning and National Development in 2003 in Kenya, I crafted a plan to grow the economy through wealth and employment creation. One thing that struck me then was the growth of micro and small enterprises, both formal and informal, not as growth enterprises of their choice, but survival. From the mid-1990s, middle and smaller enterprises created most of the employment in Kenya. But these small and informal enterprises, though dominating the market, were mostly producing for the domestic market, but they were not growing into the missing middle and eventually into large manufacturing firms. A large number of them were dying in their infancy. The inability of medium and small enterprises to grow was attributed, and still is attributed, to the virtual lack of linkages between small and large farms in Kenya and the larger in Africa. The challenge for AS and ASRIC is therefore very clear: to create these two linkages using science. This entails coming up with applicable research outputs that will enable medium and small enterprises to grow vertically into middle-sized firms and ultimately large firms from your work. Secondly, the AS and ASRIC must move from upstream closed discussions to foster downstream relationships with the public education systems from the basic level. But as social scientists and proof scientists, the challenge ahead of us is daunting, but it can be done. It must be done. All scientists in this meeting are well placed to lead the process. We are ready. I am ready. Thank you for your attention, and I wish all of us a fruitful and productive conference.
Ladies and gentlemen, please let's applaud him once again. His Excellency Professor Anyang Nyong'o, a fellow of the African Academy of Sciences and governor of the Kisumu County in Kenya. And also, in case you didn't know, he is the father of renowned Hollywood actress Lupita Nyong'o. That's the father. Thank you so much, Prof, for that. And what is sticking with me is science and technology hold the key to the development of any nation. A very, very resounding statement there. We'll still take some opening keynotes and we'll come down right here home in Ghana. And this next speaker is a Ghanaian politician, a one-time Deputy Ashanti Regional Minister, and the first female mayor of Kumasi Metropolitan Assembly. She is a member of parliament in the 7th Parliament of the 4th Republic of Ghana and the 8th Parliament of the 4th Republic of Ghana, representing Asokwa constituency. She's a member of the New Patriotic Party in Ghana. Ladies and gentlemen, in February 2024, she assumed the role of Deputy Majority Leader in Parliament after Alexander Afenyo-Markin was promoted from Deputy Majority Leader to the position of Majority Leader due to Osei Mensah Bonsu's resignation from the role. She is currently the Deputy Minority Leader in Parliament. Ladies and gentlemen, still speaking on the theme good practices, opportunities and priorities for science diplomacy action. Ladies and gentlemen, we have another policy maker in the person of Honorable Patricia Appiagyei. Please let us make welcome her as she joins us with her remark.
Thank you very much. Distinguished guests, esteemed scientists and diplomats, representatives of the African Academy of Sciences, colleagues from Parliament, if any are here, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank the African Academy of Sciences for inviting me and for giving me the opportunity to deliver a few remarks on leveraging the political economy for science, which is under the theme of today's event, unpacking the pact of the future, imperatives for advancing scientific cooperation with Africa. As a former mayor of the Kumasi Metropolitan Assembly, a 4th-term member of Parliament, and a former Deputy Minister for Environment, Science and Technology, I'm acutely aware of how political forces influence economic systems and how economic systems, in turn, influence political structures that promote sustainable development and deliver positive social outcomes. To speak of the political economy of science is to recognize that the science and technology do not operate in the vacuum. They are shaped, sustained, or stifled by power structures, resource allocations, and governance decisions. At its core, leveraging the political economy for science means aligning national and continental political systems, economic priorities, and governance institutions to enable, fund, protect, and apply science, technology, and innovation for the public good. On this occasion, I wish to focus my remarks on leveraging the political economy to harness science, technology, and innovation to spur economic growth, transform lives, and drive sustainable development across the African continent. Today, countries across Africa have recognized the importance of science, technology, and innovation for national development. Many of them, including Ghana, have made strides in digital transformations, including mobile payment systems, digital identification systems, and e-government services. That notwithstanding, many challenges remain, including the digital divide, regulatory framework needed to catch up with the technological change, cyber security threats, and a shortage of digital skills. To achieve the required transformational impact, our national STI policies and strategies must acknowledge the need to move beyond just a consumer of information and communication technology and become developers and creators of science and technology-based products and services, and to establish their foundation for African-based global businesses and industries. So the question is, how can this be done effectively in Africa? Ladies and gentlemen, to leverage the political economy effectively, I propose the following priorities for countries in Africa. 1, we must position science and technology as tools for economic transformation. To make the economic case, science and technology must be framed as critical to industrial policy, job creation, agricultural productivity, health systems, climate resilience, and energy security. Countries in Africa must target sectors within their economies that are economically and politically important. Let's look at agriculture, mining, health, ICT, renewable energy, and etc., and prioritize research in those strategic sectors. An example that has achieved a significant degree of success can be found in Rwanda, where the country has successfully linked science policy to its national development agenda in the country's Vision 2050. We must integrate science, technology, and innovation into our national development plans by embedding science, technology, and innovation into long-term national planning, as has been done in Ghana's medium-term development plans and Nigeria's Vision 2050's agenda. And we must also use political economy to map stakeholders, incentives, and influence, thereby ensuring that STI remains politically relevant across election cycles. To measure success, countries must also develop STI indicators that feed into national performance matrices. We must mobilize politically will through regional and continental agenda by aligning science initiative with continental frameworks such as Agenda 2063, the Africa We Want, the Science, Technology, and Innovation Strategy for Africa, STISA 2024, and the African Continental Free Trade Area. There is an opportunity for us to do this by linking research and development. that is the R&D, to AfCFTA's industrialization agenda, so that STI becomes an integral part of the trade and competitiveness conversation. We must build political champions for science, technology, and innovation by identifying and supporting influential policymakers, ministers, and presidents who see STI as part of their legacy or political brand, and equip them with evidence, narratives, and talking points that demonstrate the impact of STI. Typical examples will be the presidents of Rwanda, Kenya, and Ghana, who have become visible advocates for innovation and data-driven governance. We must reform science institutions and funding mechanisms for research and innovation by pushing for independent national research funds, transparent and merit-based grant systems, and decentralized innovation hubs. In addition, we must advocate for minimum GDP allocation to research and innovation as called for by the African Union, which has set a target of 1% of GDP for all member states in Africa. Most countries are, as we speak, below 0.5%. And what are we doing about it? And as parliamentarians, are we ensuring that these multilateral policies that we have developed, we are adhering to that? Our parliaments must advocate for meeting the AU's 1% GDP target for R&D. Ghana's current R&D spending is approximately 0.4% of GDP, far below global leaders like South Korea. Increased funding will support institutions like Noguchi Memorial Institute for Medical Research in Ghana. In this regard, we should take actions by pressuring our ministries of finance to prioritize STI in budget negotiations using cost-benefit cases and cross-sectorial impact. Some countries, such as Ghana and Nigeria, have taken the lead by enacting legislation in accordance with this. Ghana's National Research Fund Law, Act 1056, which was passed in 2020, and is in the process of being operationalized. They are talking about almost 5 years down the line. It has not been operationalized. We should engage with regional power blocks and donors by using political economy tools to understand how aid and external finance influence national STI agenda, while shifting from donor-driven to demand-driven science. We must negotiate for domestic control over research priorities. We must build regional centers of excellence to avoid duplication and maximize shared infrastructure. An example is the African Center of Excellence, ACA program, which is supported by the World Bank and has elevated the region's R&D capacity. We should strengthen the science policy society. We should strengthen the science policy society interfaces by bridging the gap between researchers and policymakers. This can be done by establishing science advisory councils at national and parliamentary levels, training scientists in policy communications and political engagement, and using media and civil society to mobilize demand for scientific solutions. We should also adopt the policy of institutionalizing science for policy. Unit in key ministries such as agriculture, health, environment, trade, and industry. We should foster public-private academic collaboration by leveraging the triple helix model to creating and strengthening innovation ecosystem. And we should also encourage public policies that favor research and innovation, especially in pharmaceuticals, agri-tech, and all others. An opportunity for us to operationalize this is to use AFTA to build Pan-African value chain powered by African science and startups. There is an opportunity for public-private partnerships. Collaborations like the AAS partnership with the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation on Grand Challenges Canada have funded innovative solutions in health and agriculture, such as novel malaria diagnostics. Political support can scale these partnerships. Opportunities also exist for digital innovation. Initiatives like Malawi Digital Health Strategic Plan 2020 to 2025 to leverage smartphone technology for healthcare access, offering models for Africa as a whole, and to enhance digital infrastructure for science. And we should train a politically literate scientific workforce by integrating political economy, policy studies, and innovation management into our national STEM education systems, while equipping scientists to navigate governance system, budget cycles, and stakeholder interests. In addition, we must encourage joint programs between universities and public policy schools. There's also the opportunity for diaspora engagement. Africans' diaspora, a largely untapped resource, can bridge expertise and funding. The Coalition on Science, Technology, and Innovation for Africa's Development, which was launched in 2023, emphasizes diaspora synergies for STI advancement. We must empower our young scientists by investing in programs like the AAS Affiliates Programs, which has connected over 500 African researchers with global experts to nurture talents and curb brain drain. We must promote gender inclusion. I cannot make this statement without emphasizing on that fact. I know a lot has been done, but we can achieve more. With only 31% of Africa's scientist workforce being women, policies must prioritize gender equity in STEM education, inspired by the Society for the Advancement of Sciences in Africa's effort to engage women and girls. Most importantly, African nations must institutionalize monitoring and evaluation into research and development spending to ensure that there is value for money for whatever we have commenced to undertake. As lawmakers, we must use our budgetary and legislative powers to fund science and hold ministries accountable. Budget allocations must be linked to performance data such that future funding is contingent on demonstrated progress against clearly defined metrics. Distinguished delegates, as Kwame Nkrumah declared, we must harness science to achieve the African personality in the universe of knowledge. In conclusion, my dear, before I conclude, I'd like to emphasize that in Africa, advancing science through the political economy is not just about funding. It's about embedding science into national visions, leveraging political incentives, and building institutions that work within the realities of African governance and development priorities. Today, African nations face unprecedented global challenges, from climate change to food insecurity, from pandemics to digital disruption. The scientific agenda must be tightly woven into our developmental agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, the Pact of the Future is a call to action for Africa to assert its scientific sovereignty and lead global solutions. By leveraging the political economy through robust policies, increased funding, and strategic partnership, we can transform Ghana and Africa into knowledge-based, innovation-led economies. Let us seize this moment to connect entrepreneurs, scientists, and policymakers as the AAS arise for development program and visions to drive sustainable development and social cohesion. As parliamentarians, we bear the responsibility to enact the enabling frameworks that empower our scientists to address Africa challenges and contribute to global progress. All these that have been mentioned can be done, but there's a critical need here which we all have to address, especially we the parliamentarians. We represent the people. We know the needs of the people. How do we address their needs? The thing to do is to put down our political caps in Parliament, come together, and ensure that the needs of the people are well addressed. We should stop thinking about how to win the next election and ensure that we do what is right for the people we represent. Thank you very much, and may our collective efforts advance Africa's scientists. Thank you.
One more round of applause for our Honorable. Thank you so much. Whilst Honorable was speaking, our Sector Minister joined us. Ladies and gentlemen, Minister for Environment, Science, Technology, and Innovation, Honorable Ibrahim Mutala Mohammed. Please, a round of applause in appreciation. Thank you very much, Honorable. Good to see you again. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, in the next 10 minutes, I will be having a chit-chat with one of our special guests. He is here representing the President of Kenya, and he's a Cabinet Secretary for Education in Kenya. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome to my chair, His Excellency Dr. Julius Ogamba. Please put your hands together. So we will have a quick chat. And what are we talking about? Very briefly, we are looking at science diplomacy as a strategic lever in Africa's global engagement. I've got a few questions to ask you, but before I go to the questions quickly, something brief on the subject matter. Now, globally, science and technology are becoming critical pillars of diplomacy. National security and soft power for Africa. Now, for Africa, embedding science in its international relation is a strategic necessity. Whether negotiating climate change commitments, managing cross-border health crisis, or navigating disputes over shared natural resources, Africa must assert its agency through scientifically grounded diplomacy. This fireside chat examines how the continent can utilize scientific cooperation, knowledge exchange, and technology partnerships to enhance its voice and influence on the global stage. Your Excellency, first off, what I would like to find out from you is, from your perspective, how can science diplomacy serve Africa's geopolitical and development interests?
Thank you.
Thank you and good morning, everyone. Many of the challenges that confront humanity today, as you're well aware, are both science and international relations areas. These challenges that include climate change, cybersecurity, food security, health, diseases, etc., require that science and technology respond to them to get the solutions that are required. However, in Africa today, and many of our countries, we have very weak innovation and technology ecosystems. We do not have very robust and efficient science in most of our countries that will help us exploit the research and innovation capacities that we should be having. As such, we need cooperation. We need cooperation as a key to using science and innovation to remedy or resolve these challenges. And what do I mean by that? We have our own silo mentality in the areas of science and technology that we undertake in our countries. What then this does is the resources that our countries have that would be utilized for research in the challenges and the needs that we have are then not efficiently utilized. And by this I mean, for example, if Kenya is undertaking a research in getting an anti-malaria medication. And Ghana is doing the same, and Senegal is doing the same. Because we are not cooperating, and because we are not seeing each other, the resources that would have been used to undertake that research and take it that much further ends up not achieving much, because you are using your portion, maybe a small percentage in Ghana, Kenya is using a small percentage, and Senegal is using a small percentage. What I propose, or what I would suggest, is that research should not be country-based. Instead, research should be problem-based. In other words, if we are undertaking a certain research in food security, and as a country in Kenya would say, we want to give, let's say, the African Academy of Sciences $1 million. But we are tying that $1 million to the research to be undertaken by a Kenyan. And yet the problem we are resolving is not necessarily a Kenyan problem, but a transnational problem. So instead of my contribution being tied to a researcher from my country, let this amount be tied to the problem, then I'm entitled to the data or the solution that would get from that research. That way, that cooperation will resolve the challenges that we have of spreading too thin the resources that we have in trying to resolve our problems in Africa. The research and innovation that we are undertaking across the countries in Africa must be demand-based. We must look at what is the problem we want to resolve and put money in that problem, as opposed to it being supply-based, to say a particular amount is available for you to research in this area, and that is what we would like you to do, as opposed to us going through demand-based so that we can get a solution that then is shared across the continent. And we must have a repository where, if a certain paper has been done by country A, it should be available so that I, from country B, do not have to do a repeat exercise. And because we don't have a repository, and because we are not cooperating diplomatically to see, we are not aware what is being done in each and every country. That gap creates some darkness and it creates inefficiency. And we can extend it to the difference that exists between, for example, the people in this room who are scientists and the policymakers. Because what you come up with that would inform policy decisions and legal statutory mechanisms in our various countries, those people making the decisions, the executive and the members of parliament, must be aware of what it is that you are doing. Because they are not aware, then they are not able to support you or to link the research that you are doing to a solution that you provided. And until you create that connection, this issue, for example, of funding and the weaknesses relating to the challenges that we have will continue to exist. So I would suggest that we continue sharing and exchanging knowledge, we continue sharing experts, we continue sharing data, and so that we are not wasteful in the issues that we are dealing with. Because we do not have the enzyme that is supposed to be a product of research from our institutions to preserve the hide and make it add value to it, it is exported to Italy, for example. They add value, they make shoes, then we buy the shoes from Italy. And the shoe is 30,000 shillings. That is about, how many dollars? That's about 350 or $400. Now, the farmer who sold the hide for 70 shillings doesn't benefit from it. And I can give you a myriad of examples because it's actually a real issue. So for me as a policymaker, what I would like to see from our scientists is that solution, that is a problem, so that my farmers can get a much higher value for their products. Yeah, thank you.
Your Excellency, great point, but I have a few more questions to ask you. My next question is, what institutional mechanisms are needed to embed scientific expertise in foreign policy formulation and negotiations?
Thank you. Again, it is actually the same challenge that you would have foreign policy negotiations or agreements being entered into that relate to science without the input of scientists. They are not mainstreamed. So in our foreign policy discussions wouldn't require to mainstream of our experts. So in our government policies, in terms of foreign policy, we require that linkage between our scientists and the policymakers and the people who are undertaking the foreign agreements and foreign arrangements.
Okay, further to probe, my next question is, what frameworks can ensure equity in scientific partnerships between Africa and the global powers?
Thank you again for that question, but I think I was wondering whether in terms of science, research, and technology, should there be an imbalance? Should there be an imbalance? Should we have an imbalance between Africa and the West? But to answer your question, we recommend the following: that we could have co-created agreements and MOUs on science and technology, would share capacity building in those agreements, would have circular benefits in terms of intellectual property provisions in our partnerships, and something like open science. Because should we lock data or information for challenges or solutions that have been found for the problems that we face? For example, when COVID came, we had a very serious imbalance from Africa because we could not get the vaccines on time. We queued for those so that we were disadvantaged. But if there were agreements on open access, we would be able to access that information, that data, without being that total imbalance. So there is need for us to negotiate better agreements with the West so that we are almost at par.
Great. A few more and then we'll wrap up with this session. Quickly, how can African scientific bodies like the AAS contribute to global governance and inform international policy making on emerging challenges?
What I would suggest, and which is clear, is that bodies like AAS are platforms. They could provide the platforms, including platforms like creating this conference that we are in here, so that parties are able to meet, come up with programs, share experiences, share expertise, share challenges, and continue advancing and increasing and building on what has been done before. So that going by what outcomes that we've we're going, for example, to pass when we go to the G20 summit, then we are increasing and they are accepted as the decision that has been made by such organization. But over and above that, we need to start looking at these bodies as, quote unquote, above, as organizations that are above countries. In other words, they need not be tied to individual countries, so that when we are dealing with programs or with decisions that have come out of such an institution, it is acceptable across the board as something that the continent has done. That way would get much more benefit from their existence than when we are tying them to particular countries and not able to advise or not able to rise above the political issues that those countries probably have.
Okay. Finally, before I let you go, what lessons can be drawn from past science diplomacy successes and failures to inform future strategic engagements at continental and global levels?
The one that I would immediately deal with, or that comes to mind, is the issue of the COVID-19. When COVID-19 came, as I said, we as Africans were disadvantaged because we could not get the vaccine because we were queuing up. That has led to some countries, for example, in Kenya, putting money in institutions such as BioVax, which is an institution currently that is working towards creating vaccines to a number of our diseases that our people face. So these challenges that have happened need to inform the decisions, the policy decisions going forward, so that we are becoming or become a little bit more self-sufficient than before, so that the dependency is reduced. So it is important that we learn from the lessons or from the challenges that we faced previously to get solutions for what we need going forward.
Your Excellency, thank you very much for your time this morning. Grateful to His Excellency Dr. Julius Ogamba, Cabinet Secretary for Education, Kenya. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause as we end this session.
Thank you.
Pam? All right. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Quickly, just in case anyone had a question whilst we were having the discussion, please feel free. I'll take two, and then, of course, we can move on with the next part of our program. Anyone here? Any question? Okay, there's one over there. The second person to speak. Second person. Let's get our questioners. Who else? Anyone? All right, so we'll just take one, and then we move on.
Thank you very much indeed. I think I need to start by appreciating the presenters and the panelists for their presentation, and to be frank and open their hearts and speak from the hearts and bringing the problems forward to us. I'm a bit frustrated, and let me put it like this way, and apologies to all the dignitaries here, but I'm a bit frustrated. I'm working in science and technology policy since 2006. Really accounting ourselves as a politician, what really we achieved, let's say over 18 years. This is what we are celebrating today. This is what we are saying we achieve under this umbrella here. Whatever the umbrella we are talking about, at AAS, the African Union, I blame myself as an African Union, by the way. I blame myself we are not achieving. The language we are talking today, it's the same language in 2007. I joined the union in administrative positions. I joined the top there when we are drafting for head of states and government. We didn't achieve for 18 years. The question is, if the equation is not solvable, we need to find another formula. We can't continue with the same formula. When we are talking about Ghana, and this is my host, so I can talk about it freely. I talk about Nigeria, where I'm coming from. We are talking about 0.4%, 0.5%. What is the baseline we are talking about it in 2007 to see there is improvement or not? If we go for a linear growth, that means we will achieve the 1% that in 2050, most of us who are in this room will not be there. If this is the legacy we want to keep for our generations to come, I don't think so. So, the honorable member of the parliament from Ghana, I appreciate so much your commitment. The most of the addressing is coming, we must. Is there any minister or any member of parliament working in infrastructure will say we must do this, or he will do a road from Abuja to Accra and he put it in the financial year and it will be established in 1 or 2 years. So this is, we need really to refrain from it in Africa. Just one more minute, you give the mic to politicians, that's their problem. The other thing, we will not expect the white people or the Europeans to come and solve our indigenous problems in Africa, which we call community-based innovation or inclusive innovation. They will not come to fund your inclusive innovation. That the innovation addressing the needs of the base of the pyramids of the consumer, which is the consumer of having the purchasing power less than $5 a day, and all of us, we know it. They will not come to invest in this because there is no return on investment. This is a national commitment should be put in place. National fund should be there to address the daily challenges of our farmers, of our pastorates, and among others. And I'm sorry to take it long, and I'm really appreciating the frank. We are talking the way we're talking about it, the heartful communication, and so grateful. And thank you much indeed.
Yeah, let me attempt to respond to that question of funding and where you are not meeting the 1%. When we go for resources from Ministry of Treasury, for example, in our countries, you have to defend the budget and the reason for why you are asking for those resources. When you're the Minister for Roads and you say you want X amount of money, maybe 3%, 4%, to do a certain road, the road can be seen. And once you are given that money, the road is done. When you go to ask for money for research and development, they ask you what research? Where is it? What solution, what problem has it helped for in solving in our country? So we have a challenge that the output from research, the return on investment, even on that 0.4% that we are given in Kenya, we are at 0.7%. We've been trying to raise it to 1% and even more than 1%. And currently, there is an act that a bill that we are working on that is supposed to become legal and is getting those challenges. And the question that I raised here is, if I was to go and say, we had a problem of hides and skins, we were able to get the enzyme research done from Ministry or University X, and this is what we've been able to do in our hides of the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock. This is the return we've gotten. It will not be difficult to get even more than that 1%. The problem, as I see it, and you know science, you could be doing research on DNA, research on many other things. As long as the politicians and the policymakers do not see it, do not see the outcome, you will not be able to get that 1%. So we need to have that link, and that's what I talked about, between what you are doing and what it is doing or solving in what we call in Kenya on the ground, down there where the people are, because we need to show that what we are giving is producing certain results. When we talk about the West being able to get a lot of money from government to do the research is because they can see the result. When COVID came, and we keep going back to it, they were able to come up with a vaccine. And so if you go to ask for resources, you would say, COVID came, it was a big problem, we've gotten the vaccine out of research. We cannot say that for African countries. So the problem again comes back to us, that circular, that circuit needs to be completed by us, the scientists. You need to be able to do the demand-based solution to the problems that we have, so that when we are going to ask for the money, we are able to show the results. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, and of course to Ato for that fireside chat. Distinguished guests, we won't belabor at this point, but it's very important to still stay on this conversation of science diplomacy, because guess what? This is what will make Africa's voice be heard not only on the continent, but on a global stage. It is in this vein that we will still want to stay on science diplomacy, and this time around open up for a panel discussion and delve more into the intricacies of this very delicate conversation. And to help us moderate the next panel conversation, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to welcome the program's head of the AAS, Dr. Obed Agaga. Please let us welcome him. Dr. Obed Ogega. Thank you so much. And he is our moderator for this conversation. His panel is a heavy one because we need the policymakers to be a part of it. Ladies and gentlemen, helping us with this panel conversation, let us make welcome, first and foremost, the Minister Counselor for STI, Delegation of the EU to the AU, Dr. Laurent Bouchereau. Please let us welcome him. You're welcome, sir. And of course, we are also honored to welcome onto the stage as well our Minister for Environment, Science, Technology, and Innovation, also Member of Parliament for Tamale Central. He happens to be the former Deputy Minister for Information, as well as a former Deputy Minister for Trade and Industries, Honorable Dr. Ibrahim Mutala Mohammed. Please let us welcome him. Obed, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, and good morning, dear colleagues. I have the pleasure of moderating this session. My name is Obed, as introduced. I'm from the African Academy of Sciences, and it's been a pleasure interacting and listening to the presentations from the morning. And just to wrap up this session, we wanted to hear some experiences, and some of the insights can be shared to take us from ideas that we've had to action and move us to impact. And so, if you allow me, I will start with you, Dr. Laurent. The EU has invested quite a bit in science diplomacy actions. Last year in September, for example, we had a big conference in Nairobi at the African Academy of Sciences, bringing together scientists and practitioners around the Nile River issue, for instance, as one of the examples that the EU has been interested in trying to use science and diplomacy to address some of the challenges that we face across the continent, but also the rest of the world. What are some of the insights you would like to share with us as we begin the journey moving from ideas into action?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Obed, and Your Excellencies, dignitaries, and all colleagues here. First of all, I would like to thank AS for inviting me on behalf of the delegation of the European Union to the African Union to be on this panel. I would like to thank as well our host in Ghana, who have done a superb job hosting us. And I would like to congratulate also all the ARISE grantees who have done dedicated work, and met many of them. They're still on their current grant, and we want to see a lot of good results coming from this. So we spoke earlier about political economy considerations, which is the interactions between the political world with the economic world. When we talk about science diplomacy, we are focusing more on the interactions between the science world and the diplomacy or diplomatic world, right? Like I consider myself as a science diplomat working in a diplomatic diplomatic representation on science, technology, innovation issues. So when we look at the definition of science diplomacy, the simple one, which is about mobilizing science and technology to achieve diplomatic goals that go beyond simple national interest, but try to address, as we heard, the global challenges and the protection of the common goods, global health, oceans, or climate actions. So on the EU side, we are very eager to engage internationally, and we have a policy, what we call as open as possible, as close as necessary, because obviously we want to defend our sovereignty in some critical areas. But our research and innovation program is the largest open program in the world. We launched a couple of weeks ago a new call, which is called Africa Initiative 3. We had a session 2 days ago, and we have there 500 million euro earmarked for the cooperation between Europe and Africa on 24 specific topics, which are challenge-driven, from global health to agriculture, climate, but also developing generative AI for Africa, local solutions, with partners from the research innovation area. So we are quite open. Now, when it comes to science diplomacy, we have been working in Europe at developing a European framework, we call it, on science diplomacy. So we mobilized last year 130 individuals, a mix of diplomats, scientists, experts, to discuss and identify what should be at the core of a strategy for Europe. And we published a report in February this year. It's a document in the public domain, and there are 34 recommendations. Many of these recommendations are not just Euro-centric, they actually go beyond and wish to engage with partners outside Europe in all countries. So I think based on this, it's important to go further. And if we want to look further on our side, on the EU side, first we have a call also open for developing what we call a European science diplomacy hub, where we want to bring the various partners together at European level, but also invite partners from all over the world. And we would like that the successful bid that we will receive would include partner base in Africa. So we developed this partnership with Africa. We also have launched, in the process of launching, bi-regional dialogue on science diplomacy, and one will address Africa. We already have a date. It will be on the 22nd of October in Brussels, where we want to bring together stakeholders to discuss on what subjects specifically to address and to focus, and how to go further in the context of our cooperation. We are celebrating this year the 25th anniversary of the establishment of the partnership between the African Union and the European Union, and the 15th anniversary of a dialogue specifically on science, technology, innovation between the two continents. So we will have senior official meetings in October, immediately after this discussion on science diplomacy. We will have a new summit, the 7th summit between the heads of state on both sides. That will be in Angola at the end of November. And there will be also the G20 ministerial and summit later this year in South Africa. So all these important moments will be also possibilities for engaging further and discussing how to move our cooperation in this broad field of science diplomacy in concrete terms.
Thank you very much, Dr. Boshero. And indeed, having the transition into tangible impact on the ground is very critical. And like my CS Ogamba mentioned, we want to see things on the ground so that all the nice things that we're talking about all the great science that is happening in our universities needs to be translated into products that actually make sense to our farmers, our rural communities, so that then we can move, like I said, from ideas to action and hopefully to impact. And speaking of impact, Honorable Ibrahim, I know Ghana has been at the front line in terms of producing the science but having it applied. And now in the context of science diplomacy, we've had a few ideas from the morning and from the previous days about what we can do to begin to change the narrative. From your own experience and perspective, where should we begin when we live here? What do you see as priority areas that we can begin tackling so that we get to walk the talk and actually get to see things happening on the ground?
Well, thank you very much for having me, and thanks so much for sharing the same platform with me. And let me also thank my brother who reported me to His Excellency the President yesterday for being here. I was in Kenya about 3 days today. I came, I guess, yesterday on the issue of the INC 5.2, where you have parties taking transigent positions on negotiation. And Africa as a bloc, we also have a position, and I happen to be the chair of the Africa Group of Negotiators. I'm bringing this because of the challenges that we encounter. A month ago, I was in Monaco on Blue Water Funding, and Mo Ibrahim, as a discussant, made a very important intervention. He said that the global north, or the Western world, has not been fair to Africa. And his reason was that investment in the blue economy, even in the West, is largely done by the private sector. The private sector certainly relies on some information or report to drive their investment. Of course, any investor would want to look at where he will minimize cost and maximize profit. So if you look at the blue economy, largely is the private sector that invests in the West. Now, the potential in Africa is very high. And if they have proper information, they certainly would love to invest in Africa. But before they invest in Africa, they rely on some data. And the data, they get it or information from the rating agencies. How many of the rating agencies operate in every African country? Largely, they are found in South Africa. So they sit in South Africa and they're able to give reports as to the potentials in Ghana, in Kenya, in Ivory Coast, in Nigeria. Most often, their information, they get it from a third party. Now, the reports they always submit to these would-be investors is discouraging. So they certainly would not want to come and invest. And at the international stage, when we are in negotiation, either in the area of research, development, science, we negotiate with our brothers and sisters in the Western world as if we are on the same page. We are certainly not. Now in Ghana, for example, or in Kenya, but the frustration expressed by the last speaker was about what we had in Ethiopia. Long before the Ethiopia, we had what we call the Lagos Declaration, 40 years, where African leaders committed to investing about 1% of their GDP on research development. It still averaged 0.42%. Kenya is doing very well, about 0.47. Many African countries are doing even below 0.3. The reason why we need some equal partnership in terms of how the global fund is utilized for the purposes of research is to engage in this negotiation not from our standpoint, but the perspective of other countries. For example, in Ghana, we are, and I will speak as a politician and a policymaker, we have what I describe as competing policy decisions to make. Do I have to invest in a research, which is very good for me, but the resource comes in the future? Perhaps a proper research can take 2 years, some will take more than 3 years. And then the implementation of same will take another 2-3 years. So by the time you finish with the research and implementation, you would have been voted out of power. The people want you to spend the limited resources in providing solutions to their basic needs: health, sanitation, education. These are the things, and that was the point the minister, my brother, referred to. When you go to defend your budget as a minister who is in charge of a ministry that deals with research, the political decision is anchored on what results are we getting immediately. So I think that is where the challenge is. But what we have done as a country, and the president retreated saying, we need to begin commercializing the research outputs so that we can provide some funding for the research institutions without they relying entirely on the state. So in Ghana, for example, we have need fufu. I mean, I don't know whether you've tried the Ghana fufu. You need a lot of energy to pound the fufu. Now, CSR, Council for Scientific and Industrial Research, came out with an innovation for the need fufu to be produced or prepared without the energy. Now, because they didn't have any legal right protecting their patent right, a private entity took it and is making millions from it at the expense of CSR. Pozzolano cement was an invention of the same institution. A cement which is conducive to our climate. But we are not using it. So what we need to do to change that, first is the mindset. Two, to begin to think philosophically. And maybe perhaps Aristotle was right when he says that society can only change when leaders become philosophers or philosophers become leaders. Because the challenges confronting us as a continent, and I wouldn't want to blame European Union or the West, it is our own creation. Those challenges were not heaped on us by some supernatural being somewhere. They were our own challenges. We didn't attach more importance to research. We were not interested in spending money on research because 40 years after that declaration, not a single African country is able to spend the 1% of GDP on research and development. So we need to change our mindset. And last point on this. We must also begin looking within, and my brother made a fantastic point, where he thinks that we spend monies in silos. Ghana is researching on malaria. Kenya is researching on malaria. Nigeria is researching on malaria. We are all spending a lot of money researching on finding a vaccine for malaria. But we could have done that, maybe spending half of what totally we are spending if we were working together. And it is not only at continental level. Even within our state, in Ghana, for example, ministries don't talk to each other. Agencies don't talk to each other. And when I say they don't talk to each other, you can find 3 ministries and agencies spending money on the same thing. But if we were having the linkages, we wouldn't have been spending much, but would have been yielding the same results. So I think first and foremost, the mindset ought to change. We need to begin educating people. And what we are doing in Ghana about the Science and Technology Forum, we feel that as politicians and policymakers, the least we can do is to create the platform where the research institutions, academia, and the private sector can be brought together so they can take advantage of the enormous research output there. And also challenge the research institutions to conduct researches that are tailored to what they are doing. And they can only do that when we commercialize it. And we shall soon be coming to Parliament. And I'm happy my mother, who is also, the deputy minority leader, I was encouraged about the statements she made here. The encouragement is that it means that when we bring those, bills where we can seek to protect our research institutions, build their capacity so that they can commercialize their research output, we wouldn't have opposition in Parliament. And I think for me, that is the way to go.
Thank you very much. And I think Honorable Patricia is accepting that challenge. Thank you very much, Honorable panelists. I know there was a burning question that I cut before coming to stage, but I'm told time is well spent, and for that reason, I would allow the panelists to give a parting shot, if you have one.
Well, we just heard there is a quantitative and qualitative issue. The quantitative, you're 1%. In EU, we have a 3% target that we are not able to achieve, but at least we keep it as a goal to make sure that the policymakers, the political leaders, when they discuss finance, they try to reach it, to get closer. So we incrementally improve it. But then there is the qualitative issue, is how to do it more effectively. And one of the solutions is working together. And that's why this platform is very important to encourage, to create trust, and to develop long-term, reliable partnerships.
Thank you very much. What to you, Minister?
Well, I think that I agree absolutely with my brother. I think that the only way we can achieve our results is when we work together. There is a popular saying. I don't know whether it is a Ghanaian saying or an African saying, but between Ghana and Nigeria, I think it's a Ghanaian saying. You know, there's a popular saying that two heads are better than one. And I say this with just one example. Nigeria imports a lot of salt for their petrochemical industry. And they spend millions of dollars annually importing salt. We have a huge deposit of salt at this pond. Huge deposit of salt. Now, if we're working together, we could get investors in Nigeria who will partner with investors in Ghana to invest in that salt industry. And we are told scientifically, the salt closer to where the oil is got is more conducive, or is the best salt to be used. Now, I believe it would have helped to reduce costs, because imagine transporting the salt from Brazil. You know, that takes weeks. And also the cost would have been. And I agree that we need to work together in partnership with bodies such as the European Union and many other, international organizations. That is the only way to do that. But what is significant is the political will. Until we got to a stage where political elite, including myself and I guess my brother, begin to appreciate research, begin to understand, yes, we want to be in power, but at least we also want to improve the living conditions of our people, and by creating the necessary environment for research to thrive. And I'll conclude with a video I watched. I don't know whether the Botswana or Malawi president, one of the presidents, who was asked, and that his people challenged him, that he should look at what is happening in Burkina, that Major Traore, right, that when he comes out, the country is transforming, a lot of things are happening. And he said, look, in my country, we're a democracy. We bring a policy. We need to engage civil society organizations and everybody who is supposed to be engaged. We draft the policy. We enact a bill, and then we send it to Parliament. Opposition would drag it. Those in government would drag it. By the time you realize 1 year, 2 years, by the time you finally even finish with it, I would have been booted out of power. So you won't even see the realization of that. So the only solution to this is when we begin to strengthen institutions. Political parties will come and go, but institutions remain. And I think that should be the focus. Let's strengthen the institutions. Let's build the capacity. And of course, a caution to those who are heads or leaders of the institutions. You may have your political preferences, but understand that you are a civil servant or a public servant. The focus is the country. So it's a double-edged sword. So as politicians, we are committed. Because frankly, and I must admit, when I win elections today, I begin preparing for the next elections. So whatever policy intervention, I'm looking at that which will give me that benefit. But once the institutions are stronger and we support those institutions, I think that will be the way to go. Last point, I beg you. We had a national development plan in Ghana. I participated, then I was the Deputy Minister for Trade and Industries. And by the way, I am a development planner by profession. So I participated in drafting the National Development Plan. Now, under President Mahama, when he was in 2016, we finished. Then my party lost the elections, a new party came. And I remember when Professor Nimoy Thompson presented the 40-year development plan to His Excellency President Nana Addo in February at the Flagstaff House. I watched it on TV when I was still managing to see how it come out of the defeat of the 2016 elections. The president made a statement for me that was so encouraging. He said, look, this is the most comprehensive national development plan I have ever seen. And I said, wait a minute, that is encouraging. But I shudder to think that after Nimoy Thompson and co left, the development plan, he asked of the nearest dustbin and threw it in there. And I don't blame him. We are not able to navigate between critical national developmental issues and parochial partisan positions. Maybe the only way we can do, if we can have a continental development plan. But before we do that, we should have national comprehensive development plans that each political party getting into an election, you draft your manifesto alongside the development plan of the nation. That can also be used to come out with a strategic continental development plan in the area of research development. And I believe that is the only way we can find solutions to some of these problems. So the political will, we are committed. My mother is also committed to doing that. But all those things are achieved in the environment of good governance practices. She had been a minister for environment and science, technology, and innovation before. I have been there. I'm a political scientist, but I was sent to a ministry that is largely dealing with science. So I was asking myself why President Mahama sent me to that ministry. But now I sit back and I now see the wisdom. Issues of good governance was completely out of place. And she admitted that when she went there, she realized that good governance was not heeded to at all. Science properly thrives in the environment of transparent and accountable governance. So when we have such that are not operating, you certainly would have program, because the diplomatic engagement and everything strive in the area of good governance. EU will not give you money when they realize that you are engaging child labor. EU will not give you support when they realize that the money is going to be squandered. There isn't, transparency, checks and balances as to how the money is utilized. So we need to blend pure science and good governance practices. And the only way we can do that is if we have the political will from the political elite. Maybe that is what we politicians must begin doing from this place. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause. I'll stop at that and hand over back to the mic, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Obed, and to your able panel members. Because of time constraints, we had to cut this conversation, but there's a lot to exhaust when it comes to science diplomacy, and we can, talk over break to get more answers to some of the questions that are popping up out of the conversation. Before we move to break, we'll take a group photo, and so I would humbly ask that our dignitaries will join us up here on the podium whilst we take a big group photo.
Which is better, on the podium or on the ground? Okay. Gentlemen and ladies, can we please move up? Are we ready? All right. Happy smiles. Thank you very much. So our distinguished dignitaries, please, we are taking a quick break. Kindly follow our protocol team right now. They would usher you to your break area. Dignitaries only, please follow our protocol lady. The rest of us kindly wait for a moment. So our break is for 15 minutes. Time check, it's 21 minutes past 11. We should be back at 11:40 latest. Thank you all very much. Okay, thank you very much. So the rest of us, we have our break just right outside. As soon as you exit the doors, we have a setup beautifully made for us. We can all quickly go and have a quick break, and then we return in 15 minutes for the next session. Thank you very much, everyone. See you shortly.
Sustainable.
This is the place to be today. It's destined to be gathered under this roof this morning for this all-important conference.
Over the next 2 days, under the banner of the RISE initiative, of which I'm a proud fellow, and with the support of our esteemed partner institutions, we'll showcase how science, research, and innovation continue to drive Africa's sustainable development.
In particular, we commend the African Academy of Sciences, the African Union Commission, and the European Union for the work that you put in place to make this meeting a reality.
When you have knowledge, nobody can take it away from you. What can our knowledge, our technology, our science, and our innovation help us in our system of education, our putting education across to our children, and of course, education from cradle to grave.
Let us move from rhetoric to results, from potential to performance, from isolated research efforts to a coordinated African science agenda. Let us build the laboratories, let us fund our universities, let's incentivize the innovators, and open the doors for the next generation of African scientists. Let us do this not for the prestige of it, but for progress. Not for the applause of it, but for its impact. Not for our time, but for our children and future generations.
It is with great pride and immense pleasure that I welcome you all to the University of Ghana to the opening of the ARISE SD Scientific Conference. We are honored to host this landmark event at the University of Ghana in line with our commitment to academic excellence, innovation, and global collaboration. The theme of this convening, Unpacking the Pact for the Future, Imperatives for Advancing Scientific Cooperation with Africa, ARISE SD. in partnership with the African Academy of Sciences, the African Union, and the European Union, is a shining example of what can be achieved when we invest in African talent, foster cross-border collaboration, and prioritize inclusive sustainable
Destined gathered under this roof this morning for this all-important conference.
Over the next 2 days, under the banner of the RISE initiative, of which I'm a proud fellow, and with the support of our esteemed partner institutions, we will showcase how science, research, and innovation continue to drive Africa's sustainable development.
In particular, we commend the African Academy of Sciences, the African Union Commission, and the European Union for the work that you put in place to make this meeting a reality.
When you have knowledge, nobody can take it away from you. What can our knowledge, our technology, our science, and our innovation help us in our system of education, our putting education across to our children? Great.
Let us move from rhetoric to results, from potential to performance, from isolated research efforts to a coordinated African science agenda. Let us build the laboratories, let us fund our universities, let's incentivize the innovators and open the doors for the next generation of African scientists. Let us do this not for the prestige of it, but for progress, not for the applause of it, but for its impact, not for our time, but for our children and future generations.
It is with great pride and immense pleasure that I welcome you all to the University of Ghana to the opening of the ARISE SD Scientific Conference. We are honored to host this landmark event at the University of Ghana in line with our commitment to academic excellence, innovation, and global collaboration. The theme of this convening, Unpacking the Pact for the Future, Imperatives for Advancing Scientific Cooperation with Africa, ARISE SD, in partnership with the African Academy of Sciences, the African Union, and the European Union, is a shining example of what can be achieved when we invest in African talent, foster cross-border collaboration, and prioritize inclusive sustainable development.
This is the place to be today. It's destined to be gathered under this roof this morning for this all-important conference.
Over the next 2 days, under the banner of the RISE initiative, of which I'm a proud fellow, and with the support of our esteemed partner institutions, we will showcase how science, research, and innovation continue to drive Africa's sustainable development.
In particular, the African Academy of Sciences, the African Union Commission, and the European Union for the work that you put in place to make this meeting a reality.
When you have knowledge, nobody can take it away from you. What can our knowledge, our technology, our science, and our innovation help us in our system of education, our putting education across to our children, and of course, education from cradle to grave.
Let us move from rhetoric to results, from potential to performance, from isolated research efforts to a coordinated African science agenda. Let us build the laboratories, let us fund our universities, let's incentivize the innovators, and open the doors for the next generation of African scientists. Let us do this not for the prestige of it, but for progress. Not for the applause of it, but for its impact. Not for our time, but for our children and future generations.
It is with great pride and immense pleasure that I welcome you all to the University of Ghana to the opening of the ARISE SD Scientific Conference. We are honored to host this landmark event at the University of Ghana in line with our commitment to academic excellence, innovation, and global collaboration. The theme of this convening, Unpacking the Pact for the Future, Imperatives for Advancing Scientific Cooperation with Africa, ARISE SD, in partnership with the African Academy of Sciences, the African Union, and the European Union, is a shining example of what can be achieved when we invest in African talent, foster cross-border collaboration, and prioritize inclusive, sustainable development.
This is the place to be today. It's destined to be gathered under this roof this morning for this all-important conference.
Over the next 2 days, under the banner of the RISE initiative, of which I'm a proud fellow, and with the support of our esteemed partner institutions, we'll showcase how science, research, and innovation continue to drive Africa's sustainable development.
In particular, we commend the African Academy of Sciences, the African Union Commission, and the European Union for the work that you put in place to make this meeting a reality.
When you have knowledge, nobody can take it away from you. What can our knowledge, our technology, our science, and our innovation help us in our system of education, our putting education across to our children, and of course, education from grade to grade.
Let us move from rhetoric to results, from potential to performance, from isolated research efforts to a coordinated African science agenda. Let us build the laboratories, let us fund our universities, let's incentivize the innovators, and open the doors for the next generation of African scientists. Let us do this not for the prestige of it, but for progress. Not for the applause of it, but for its impact. Not for our time, but for our children and future generations.
It is with great pride and immense pleasure that I welcome you all to the University of Ghana to the opening of the ARISE SD Scientific Conference. We are honored to host this landmark event at the University of Ghana in line with our commitment to academic excellence, innovation, and global collaboration. The theme of this convening, Unpacking the Pact for the Future, Imperatives for Advancing Scientific Cooperation with Africa, ARISE SD, in partnership with the African Academy of Sciences, the African Union, and the European Union, is a shining example of what can be achieved when we invest in African talent, foster cross-border collaboration, and prioritize inclusive, sustainable development.
This is the place to be today. It's destined to be gathered under this roof this morning for this all-important
Over the next 2 days, under the banner of the Rise initiative, of which I'm a proud fellow, and with the support of our esteemed partner institutions, we will showcase how science, research, and innovation continue to drive Africa's sustainable development.
In particular, we commend the African Academy of Sciences, the African Union Commission, and the European Union for the work that you put in place to make this meeting a reality.
When you have knowledge, nobody can take it away from you. What can our knowledge, our technology, our science, and our innovation help us in our system of education, our putting education across to our children, and of course, education from cradle to grave.
Let us move from rhetoric to results, from potential to performance, from isolated research efforts to a coordinated African science agenda. Let us build the laboratories, let us fund our universities, let's incentivize the innovators, and open the doors for the next generation of African scientists. Let us do this not for the prestige of it, but for progress, not for the applause of it, but for its impact, not for our time, but for our children and future generations.
It is with great pride and immense pleasure that I welcome you all to the University of Ghana to the opening of the Arise SD Scientific Conference. We are honored to host this landmark event at the University of Ghana in line with our commitment to academic excellence, innovation, and global collaboration. The theme of this convening, Unpacking the Pact for the Future, Imperatives for Advancing Scientific Cooperation with Africa, Arise SD, in partnership with the African Academy of Sciences, the African Union, and the European Union, is a shining example of what can be achieved when we invest in African talent, foster cross-border collaboration, and prioritize inclusive, sustainable development.
This is the place to be today. It's destined to be gathered under this roof this morning for this all-important conference.
Over the next 2 days, under the banner of the Rise initiative, of which I'm a proud fellow, and with the support of our esteemed partner institutions, we will showcase how science, research, and innovation continue to drive Africa's sustainable development.
In particular, we commend the African Academy of Sciences, the African Union Commission, and the European Union for the work that you put in place to make this meeting a reality.
When you have knowledge, nobody can take it away from you. What can our knowledge, our technology, our science, and our innovation help us in our system of education, our putting education across to our children, and of course, education from cradle to grave.
Let us move from rhetoric to results, from potential to performance, from isolated research efforts to a coordinated African science agenda. Let us build the laboratories, let us fund our universities, let's incentivize the innovators, and open the doors for the next generation of African scientists. Let us do this not for the prestige of it, but for progress, not for the applause of it, but for its impact, not for our time, but for our children and future generations.
It is with great pride and immense pleasure that I welcome you all to the University of Ghana to to the opening of the ARISE SD Scientific Conference. We are honored to host this landmark event at the University of Ghana in line with our commitment to academic excellence, innovation, and global collaboration. The theme of this convening, Unpacking the Pact for the Future, Imperatives for Advancing Scientific Cooperation with Africa, ARISE SD, in partnership with the African Academy of Sciences, the African Union, and the European Union, is a shining example of what can be achieved when we invest in African talent, foster cross-border collaboration, and prioritize inclusive, sustainable development.
This is the place to be today. It's destined to be gathered under this roof this morning for this all-important conference.
Over the next 2 days, under the banner of the RISE initiative, of which I'm a proud fellow, and with the support of our esteemed partner institutions, we'll showcase how science, research, and innovation continue to drive Africa's sustainable development.
In particular, we commend the African Academy of Sciences, the African Union Commission, and the European Union for the work that you put in place to make this meeting a reality.
When you have knowledge, nobody can take it away from you. What can our knowledge, our technology, our science, and our innovation help us in our system of education, our putting education across to our children, and of course, education from cradle to grave.
Let us move from rhetoric to results, from potential to performance, from isolated research efforts to a coordinated African science agenda. Let us build the laboratories, let us fund our universities, let's incentivize the innovators, and open the doors for the next generation of African scientists. Let us do this not for the prestige of it, but for progress. Not for the applause of it, but for its impact. Not for our time, but for our children and future generations.
It is with great pride and immense pleasure that I welcome you all to the University of Ghana to the opening of the ARISE SD Scientific Conference. We are honored to host this landmark event at the University of Ghana in line with our commitment to academic excellence, innovation, and global collaboration. The theme of this convening, Unpacking the Pact for the Future, Imperatives for Advancing Scientific Cooperation with Africa, ARISE SD, in partnership with the African Academy of Sciences, the African Union, and the European Union, is a shining example of what can be achieved when we invest in African talent, foster cross-border collaboration, and prioritize inclusive, sustainable development.
This is the place to be today. It's destined to be gathered under this roof this morning for this all-important conference.
Over the next 2 days, under the banner of the RISE initiative, of which I'm a proud fellow, and with the support of our esteemed partner institutions, we'll showcase how science, research, and innovation continue to drive Africa's sustainable development.
In particular, we commend the African Academy of Sciences, the African Union Commission, and the European Union for the work that you put in place to make this meeting a reality.
When you have knowledge, nobody can take it away from you. What can our knowledge, our technology, our science, and our innovation help us in system of education, our putting education across to our children, and of course, education from cradle to grave.
Let us move from rhetoric to results, from potential to performance, from isolated research efforts to a coordinated African science agenda. Let us build the laboratories, let us fund our universities, let's incentivize the innovators, and open the doors for the next generation of African scientists. Let us do this not for the prestige of it, but for progress, not for the applause of it, but for its impact, not for our time, but for our children and future generations.
It is with great pride and immense pleasure that I welcome you all to the University of Ghana to the opening of the ARISE SD Scientific Conference. We are honored to host this landmark event at the University of Ghana in line with our commitment to academic excellence, innovation, and global collaboration. The theme of this convening, Unpacking the Pact for the Future, Imperatives for Advancing Scientific Cooperation with Africa, ARISE SD, in partnership with the African Academy of Sciences, the African Union, and the European Union, is a shining example of what can be achieved when we invest in African talent, foster cross-border collaboration, and prioritize inclusive, sustainable development.
This is the place to be today. It's destined to be gathered under this roof this morning for this all-important conference.
Over the next 2 days, under the banner of the RISE initiative, of which I'm a proud fellow, and with the support of our esteemed partner institutions, we'll showcase how science, research, and innovation continue to drive Africa's sustainable development.
In particular, we commend the African Academy of Sciences, the African Union Commission, and the European Union for the work that you put in place to make this meeting a reality.
When you have knowledge, nobody can take it away from you. What can our knowledge, our technology, our science, and our innovation help us in our system of education, our putting education across to our children, and of course, education from cradle to grave.
Let us move from rhetoric to results, from potential to performance, from isolated research efforts to a coordinated African science agenda. Let us build the laboratories, let us fund our universities, let's incentivize the innovators, and open the doors for the next generation of African scientists. Let us do this not for the prestige of it, but for progress, not for the applause of it, but for its impact, not for our time, but for our children and future generations.
It is with great pride and immense pleasure that I welcome you all to the University of Ghana to the opening of the ARISE SD Scientific Conference. We are honored to host this landmark event at the University of Ghana in line with our commitment to academic excellence, innovation, and global collaboration. The theme of this convening, Unpacking the Pact for the Future, Imperatives for Advancing Scientific Cooperation with Africa, ARISE SD, in partnership with the African Academy of Sciences, the African Union, and the European Union, is a shining example of what can be achieved when we invest in African talent, foster cross-border collaboration, and prioritize inclusive, sustainable development.
This is the place to be today. It's destined to be gathered under this roof this morning for this
the next 2 days, under the banner of the Rise initiative, of which I'm a proud fellow, and with the support of our esteemed partner institutions, we will showcase how science, research, and innovation continue to drive Africa's sustainable development.
In particular, we commend the African Academy of Sciences, the African Union Commission, and the European Union for the work that you put in place to make this meeting a reality.
When you have knowledge, nobody can take it away from you. What can our knowledge, our technology, our science, and our innovation help us in our system of education, our putting education across to our children, and of course, education from cradle to grave.
Let us move from rhetoric to results, from potential to performance, from isolated research efforts to a coordinated African science agenda. Let us build the laboratories, let us fund our universities, let's incentivize the innovators, and open the doors for the next generation of African scientists. Let us do this not for the prestige of it, but for progress, not for the applause of it, but for its impact, not for our time, but for our children and future generations.
It is with great pride and immense pleasure that I welcome you all to the University of Ghana to the opening of the ARISE SD Scientific Conference. We are honored to host this landmark event at the University of Ghana in line with our commitment to academic excellence, innovation, and global collaboration. The theme of this convening, Unpacking the Pact for the Future, Imperatives for Advancing Scientific Cooperation with Africa, ARISE SD, in partnership with the African Academy of Sciences, the African Union, and the European Union, is a shining example of what can be achieved when we invest in African talent, foster cross-border collaboration, and prioritize inclusive, sustainable development.
This is the place to be today. It's destined to be gathered under this roof this morning for this all-important conference.
Over the next 2 days, under the banner of the Rise initiative, of which I'm a proud fellow, and with the support of our esteemed partner institutions, we will showcase how science, research, and innovation continue to drive Africa's sustainable development.
Union for the work that you put in place to make this meeting a reality.
When you have knowledge, nobody can take it away from you. What can our knowledge, our technology, our science, and our innovation help us in our system of education, our putting education.
He wasn't here for his session, was he? Or is their next session?
No,
just call to order and then I come see you. We talk about it. Yes. Hello. Let's settle down. Hello. Hello. Please take your seats. Thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed the break. All right. Because of time, I would like to propose that we get straight to it because we are getting close to the closing session. And I would like us to quickly go through the remaining items before we get to the closing session. All right, so coming up, I would like to invite some of our partners to, in 3 minutes, in about 3 minutes, give us a snapshot of what's happening on their side of things and how that relates to the work that we do.
Recording in
at the African Academy of
progress.
Sciences. And this is a continuation from a small segment of the session we missed in the morning. And so I would like to invite, I don't know if Professor Saidu, is he back yet? Yeah, Prof, thank you. Prof will talk about the AU-EU high-level police dialogue on STI, and as well as give us a brief highlight of the great work he's doing at the African Union Commission, Department for Education, Science, Technology, and Innovation. Prof Saidu, please. A round of applause for him as he comes. Thank you, sir. The floor is yours. Allow me to give you just 3 minutes.
Thank you, Dr. Abed. Honorable Minister, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. I'm Professor Madugu Saidu. I'm the Director of Education, Science and Technology at the African Union Commission. The African Union and the European Union high-level dialogue on science, technology, and innovation is a strategic platform for regular exchange and collaboration on research and innovation policy between Africa and Europe. Established at the Third African Union and European Union Summit at Tripoli in 2010, under the Joint Africa European Union strategy, the high-level policy dialogue aims to shape and implement the long-term science, technology, and innovation prioritized to reinforce bi-regional cooperation. It facilitates the development of joint research and innovation partnership across the thematic area, such as to reinforce cooperation in science and technology to generate mutual benefit, to promote joint funding and implementation in research and innovation partnership, to fostering policy dialogue for sharing and progress, and to promote sustainable and inclusive growth through the STI. By the structure, this dialogue is co-chaired by European Union DG for Research and Innovation, and in the Africa side, the African Union member state sharing the specialized technical committee in education, science, and technology. Also, it's convened is senior officer meeting, which provide a strategic oversee for the African Union and the European Union research and innovation cooperation, evaluate progress, and recommend action. The meeting also identify funding resource and promotes co-ownership of the dialogue. Furthermore, the high-level policy dialogue has a stakeholder forum which enhance the processes of dialogue by generating incent form and broad range for the stakeholder from Africa and Europe. As a flagship framework under the high-level policy dialogue, the African Union and European Union Innovation Agenda was initiated in 2023 to support science, technology, and innovation cooperation between Africa and Europe over the 10-year period. It aims to enhance innovation capacities and translate research and tangible socio-economic outcome such as products, service, job, enterprise. The agenda focuses on teamwork, shared responsibility, sustainability, and alignment with the SDG. Especially, it provides concrete benefit from research and innovation, especially for young people. Create positive change by building strong innovation network, building strong partnership to create resilience, knowledge, and communities. Drive learning and grow by building successful projects and improving the connection between education, research, and technology. The innovation agenda is built around key thematic on innovation and technology, capacity for science, green transition, and public health. The agenda promotes important issues like inclusivity, gender equity, digitalization, socio-economic impacts. It considers feedback from the African Union Commission and the European Union Commission. As a value proposition, the African Union and the European Union high-level policy dialogue and the innovation agenda on science technology facilitate cooperation between Africa and Europe, align with both the African Union Agenda 2063 and the SDG to address common challenge. The framework promotes co-ownership and co-cooperation by involving stakeholders from both continents in planning and execution, fostering inclusive partnership. They create socio-economic impact through joint funding and collaboration to enhance priority area for Africa development. The innovation agenda especially emphasizes forcing institutions and education to boost African scientific skills and technology independence. African Union and the European Union high-level policy dialogue and the joint innovation agenda highlights how science and technology can help promote development and resilience for everyone. To successful, the initiative need strong political support, active stakeholder participation, and effective use of finance and technical resources. In conclusion, it must be emphasized that this effort should be aligned with regional and national policy to achieve a tangible result. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much. I'm very sorry that I have to hurry you, Prof. I know you have a lot to share with us, and the Honorable Minister, when he spoke, he said that we are doing the same things, but we do not talk to each other. So this session here, as you can see, is about sharing, so that we hear about other initiatives other than the ARISE initiative that we've been hearing about. So we could have given a lot more time, but thank you very much for your speech. Please, could we give him a round of applause?
Thank you.
Now, to share another initiative, allow me to call from the African Union, Auda Nepad.
Mr. Lukovi-Seki. Please, Lukovi-Seki is the Principal Program Officer for the African Science, Technology and Innovation Initiative, ASTI. Please, you have 5 minutes. Please.
Thank you very much indeed. I don't know thank you very much indeed. I'm Lukovi-Seki. In the morning when we were introducing ourselves, I didn't mention my country. I'm from the Democratic Republic of Congo. But because I work for the continent, I didn't introduce myself as a Congolese because I'm an African. When it comes to the African Science, Technology and Innovation Indicators Program, initially it came from your submission as a member state that we always call our bosses. What happened then with the transition from the Organization of African Unity to the African Union, we understand very well we're having the Lagos Plan of Action as a long-term vision from 1980 to 2000. As Dr. Amdi was saying, the 1% has been flagged since 1980 for us to accelerate our industrialization or economic growth. And so far, to date, we have something around, if I'm not wrong, 45 years. We are not making it to that 1%. I think to date, only medical doctor could tell President, you are sick, and it can be comfortable. For others, if you say that, we don't know if you'll be okay or not. So initially, what happened is that it was very important for us to track our commitment in the current knowledge-based and innovation-led economy based on some proxy. Those proxies, the first one is what we call the gross domestic expenditure on R&D, to track how far we did go in our respective countries in terms of investing in R&D. And what we consider as the 1% is not the budget that is endorsed or adopted by members of the parliament while they are having their discussion. That's only for the government sector. So we have 4 traditional sectors of performance when it comes to performing research at the country level, and to fit in the knowledge-based and innovation-led, we understand that firms should be involved, non-for-profit organization, and tertiary institution. And we are about to renew the Memorandum of Understanding with the African Academy of Sciences, because we believe tertiary institutions are having 3 mandates. The first one is education, the second one is advocacy or outreach, and the third one is to do R&D. What is happening so far, we are not doing well based on the African innovation outlook we are producing. We train around more than 3,500 African public servants, and from 43 countries. So we start with Prof. John Mugabe. He's from Kenya. That time, the Office of Science, Technology, and Innovation has been like a secretariat of the African Ministerial Conference on Science, Technology, and Innovation, starting with Prof. Kiyamba and so forth. So what we are seeing as an impact today, even though country could not make it to the 1%, we are seeing countries such as Eswatini, Egypt, coming up with observatory. We got recently some update from Kenya with Director Dr. Roselda that Kenya is about to establish its observatory for us to see how we can speed up the process. Why do we need indicators? We need indicators in the field of R&D and innovation to design evidence-based policy. Most of our policy have been just designed without having data. And then we're flying using our site. Imagine if you use your site and then you have cloud. You have to understand how to use the radars. So that's the point today. So we are not doing very well because for 45 years, we don't have a single African country that managed consistently to keep the 1% target. Even though as a government sector, there is a possibility to do your best, but remember, the exponential growth of our GDP could betray our commitment when we invest in R&D. If your GDP grow very fast, then being the denominator, you just be swallowed regardless of your effort to reach the 1%. We have South Africa that made it so far, and we are seeing Kenya coming. We have Egypt. So what is happening so far when we train African Union member states is to make sure that they have the capability. We don't need to have a consultant from outside of the continent to come to support, even though we have to work together. So what is happening so far now? We train countries. Some of the countries establish what we call the African Science Technology Innovation Indicator Focal Points, and we are having a robot observatory on STI in Equatorial Guinea, Malabo. And as the African Union Development Agency, from Johannesburg, we are doing our best to make sure that we continue this process of capacitating. I'll be concluding. I only have 5 minutes. We are linking the ASTI program to two other aspects. Number one, we are playing the role of co-chair of the AU-EU Innovation Agenda Working Group, because we need to track the process where we have 55 African Union member states and 27 EU countries. This is a decision taken by our ministers in charge of research and innovation. They took a decision to make sure that we implement an instrument for the next 10 years, from 2023 to 2032. And we have to be cognizant as well. I was so happy seeing the second phase of ARISE being added an acronym SD, being Sustainable Development. And we have to start counting down the SDGs by 2030. So we only have 5 years. So that's one of the aspects. So we have to work with the countries beyond 55 when it comes to the AU Innovation Agenda. Another aspect, we are working with Lund University in Sweden, because that was one of the institution, or one of the country that support us so far, in addition to your contribution as member countries based on your ASTI national focal point. What is happening? For the last 18 years, Lund University has been working with us, and then we need also to share with African member countries the model from Sweden, zero corruption, all those good approach. They told us when they 50 years ago they have been very poor, but today they are among the top 2 when it comes to the Global Innovation Index. So that's something we can copy, being very good from their side, on our side as well, to see what could happen. And Prof. Mugabe was saying, by the time where the ASTI program has been designed, it should be part of what we call the African peer review mechanism. Because nowadays, as one of the senior officials said, we are seeing political parties are becoming problem, and also churches. Because by the time someone created a political party as a position, he forget everything he promised to the population. So we have to be honest, we need to innovate in our government, in the government sector. So what is happening, my colleague from Sweden, because now we are implementing the ASTI program as a consortium, will show you what we are doing. Each year, for the 4th phase of ASTI now, we are sending 20 African officials to Sweden for a month with a scholarship given by the Swedish government. So as I'm concluding, that is to learn what is happening there and facilitate exchange as far as the AU Innovation Agenda is concerned. Thank you very much for your attention indeed.
Thank you. Please, a round of applause for him. Thank you so much. All right. Yes, please, you have to sit. Colleagues, I won't allow questions. Because he's still here and you can interact with him, you can ask him all the questions. In fact, from now on until we close, find opportunities to interact with him so that we can move to the next person to share with us. And for this, it's about the Frontier Planet Prize and the Frontier Planet Prize for Africa, the African Initiative. And for this, we have someone online to share with us. I'm going to call on Dr. Gilbert Di Gregorio, who is an Associate Director, Frontier Planet Prize. If you are online and you are able to hear me, please, it is your time to share. You have 5 minutes. Thank you very much. He was online. He was online. Is he online?
Online. Hello?
Oh, we can hear you. Please, let's clap for him. Welcome him. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are you able to see my slides?
Not yet.
Not yet. Let me know if it comes up.
Oh, yeah, we can. Sorry, we can see them. Go on.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, everyone. It's an honor to be part of this this program, and a huge thank you to Professor Lise Corsten and Peggy for their hospitality in allowing me to join virtually. My name is Gilbert. I'm the Associate Director of the Frontiers Planet Prize. I'll try to get through this in 5 minutes. I know it's been a long morning for everyone. Well, day now. So if I quickly get started, I think it's pretty clear when we've been sitting into all the conferences and symposia around the climate agenda, one message is clear. We are running out of time, and regardless of where we are in the world, we are all being impacted by the climate crisis. So there is no time to waste, nor is there any place to hide. UNEP put out a report this year showing that we really need to move forward, no more hot air, transformative action. And the World Meteorological organization shared that this year we've officially transgressed the 1.5 degrees average temperature threshold compared to pre-industrial levels. And this is impacting all communities, and even more so impacting vulnerable nations, especially within the global south. So if we have any chance of bringing us back to a safe and just operating space of the planet through these 9 planetary boundaries, we need to act together. We need a unified global effort that is interdisciplinary, cross-border, mobilize the entire academic community, also those in parts of the world where they have more of a local context of what is needed, so we can put forward actionable, ambitious solutions. And this is why I'm pleased to share with you today the Frontiers Planet Prize. What we aim to do is to mobilize a global green renaissance. In short, what is the prize? We are the largest scientific competition in the world in planetary health and Earth system science. Every year, we provide 3 researchers one prize of $1 million each in order for them to scale up and amplify the transformative potential of their work. It's all about delivering solutions, enabling us to live healthy lives on a healthy planet. And how does this work? This is a grassroots initiative put forward through a unique mechanism. We mobilize all members of the academic community, researchers who put forward one application, one article to their institution. The institutions put together the 3 best nominations from their university to their Academy of Science, who then have the tough decision of selecting which are the top 3 research solutions from their country that get put forward to an international jury of 100, who then select a champion from each country and 3 international champions. And we are now in our 4th edition. We were launched in 2022 on Earth Day, and we've seen year-on-year growth. We have now over 600 institutions from 62 countries. But what's really important is that this is not about growth in numbers. It's about the visibility, credibility, and the power of a shared movement of a global research community across the world. And I'm really pleased to share that out of these 600 or so institutions, we have 45 coming from Africa, and this is due to a really budding partnership with the African Academy and the network of Academy of Sciences, where we have institutions from Ethiopia, Ghana, Kenya, Morocco, Nigeria, and South Africa, amongst others. And we're only scratching the surface of truly making this a global prize. And what's really great about the prize is about the research isn't self-nominated. It's put forward, as I mentioned, by these institutions and academies, and we now have 24 leading national academies who are putting forward a rigorous and mission-aligned selection process. As I mentioned, we work very closely with the AAS and NASAC to highlight the great researchers across the African continent, and our plan is to ensure we embed them fully into the epicenter of this prize, giving them a platform to share research that proposes solutions that satisfy the local context and challenges that they face. So in short, it's about surfacing the best science, the best evidence-based policy, not just great papers, but those research and researchers who have the potential to save our planetary ecosystems.
Gilbert, please, you have half a minute to finish, please.
I will then finish up now. So, why do we have the, why are we working closely with the African Academy? So, I'll probably just go to my last slide now. So, our partnership is folded on 3 different axes. The first of which is that we want to increase representation across the African continent and emulate them to join this initiative. If it fits the criteria, they have research which is solution-based, extends our understanding of the boundaries, we would like them to be part of the prize. Secondly, we're working with the AAS to engage researchers, provide them with the guidance and understanding to participate. And last but not least, a very exciting initiative, what we want to do is to encourage nominations and participation of institutions through engagement of each academy. And this is why we're working with the AAS to support an initiative that will engage young early career researchers to be part of this process in a dedicated prize that is soon to be launched. And I'll leave it there. I hope I've covered everything. If you have, it was very short, there was more I'd like to share, but if you have any questions, please do reach out to me anytime by email and follow us on LinkedIn and our website. I hope I was brief enough. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. De Grigoro. Please, let's appreciate him. If you have questions, please type your questions in the chat or write the questions. We will give them to him and he will answer them maybe through emails. For now, thank you very much. Let me hand over to our
Thank you so much to all our speakers. Distinguished guests, please allow me to introduce some dignitaries that joined us early on in the first session. We have in our midst Professor Ernest Aite, the former Vice-Chancellor of the premier university right here in Ghana, University of Ghana. Please let's acknowledge him. You're welcome, Prof. Also representing the Vice-Chancellor of the University of Ghana, Professor Nanaba Appiah-Amfo, we have 2 representatives. First, the Head of Department of Animal Biology and Conservation Sciences, Professor Francis Gbogbo. Thank you so much, Prof, for coming. And also Head of Department of Plant and Environmental Sciences, Professor Yurika Adomako. She's also a quiz mistress for the Popular National Science and Maths quiz. We all know her face, right? All right, thank you so much. Also joining us is the UNESCO country rep, Mr. Edmond Mukala. I'm sure by now you would have noticed the format which we have taken. We do a few of presentations, we have a panel discussion. It's time to move straight into still some more presentations, but this session has been themed Priorities and Opportunities for R&I Cooperation with Africa. There's a lot we have to do as a continent, but what do we focus our resources in the interim? And to help us unpack this conversation, our first speaker is from the Ghana Academy of Art and Sciences. She's a renowned Ghanaian immunologist, an educator, and researcher. She serves as the president of the Ghana Academy of Art and Sciences and is the first emerita professor in the sciences at the University of Ghana. Ladies and gentlemen, our first keynote presenter, Professor Isabella Achimba Kwache.
Good afternoon, distinguished delegates, parliamentarians, fellow scientists. I want to stand on existing protocols. Good afternoon. I want to thank the ARISE membership for inviting me to have a voice in this very important conference. It was interesting that the Muscat Declaration led on to the ARISE unpacking the pact for the future imperatives for advancing scientific cooperation with Africa. And our session, and so this has been going on, unpacking various areas. So this session is dealing with priorities and opportunities for research and innovation cooperation with Africa. And I think I would have added one more, a couple of words, the role of national academies. Because this is what the national academies should be subserving to do, prioritizing and leading research. And for that, I'm a fellow of the African Academy of Arts and Science. Because we have arts, sorry, you have to forgive me when I keep saying arts and sciences, because we are arts and sciences, but it's African Academy of Sciences. Okay. So when my friends, African Academy of Sciences, arrive in the nation and they fail to look me up, we at the Academy are a little upset, but at least you invited me to talk. So I think I have to let you know who we are, where we are, so you come and visit. Past councils have come to visit us, so I'm putting you on notice. But you're all welcome. So a little bit about the Ghana Academy of Sciences. Briefly, next slide, please, the outline. And I'm told I have to be brief because the minister's already here, so I'm flying through the outline and going straight to give you a little bit. You have to, next slide. That's our logo. We were founded in 1959, pre-colonial with the second academy in Africa. The first is Madagascar, but post-colonial, we're the first in Africa. Founded 1959 by Act of Parliament. And this is where our president Nkrumah had foresight. At independence, he thought science and technology would drive research, would drive development. So he went on, the first thing he did in 1958 was set up a National Research Council and funding. And then the next 1959, he set up the Academy of Learning. So, on November 27, 1959, we were founded. 1961, we were renamed Ghana Academy of Sciences to reflect broader mandate. Then in 1963, he merged the Academy of Learning, Academy of Sciences, with the National Research Council. So at some point, the Ghana Academy of Arts and Sciences had funding and were directing research in Ghana. And then this went on, and then in 1968, it was reorganized, and then we were split into two. The Ghana Academy of Arts and Sciences to advise government, and the CSIR to take care of research. So this is who we are as Ghana Academy. And we have aims and objects: promote study, extension, and dissemination of arts and sciences, establish and uphold high standards of discipline, recognizing outstanding contributions, provide evidence-based advice and of national and continental development. And what we did during Ebola, we advised government it wasn't right to bring the vaccine in. During COVID, we set out programs that were part of the interventions that were rolled out. So we're very much, because it's one of the largest collection of mines in the country, and we do work with government. And so we do our research. Currently, we're doing some research on cocoa and diabetes, the role of cocoa and diabetes. That was spread out into cocoa in intelligence and school feeding, promote cocoa. And then we have IAP, one of the 5 academies that won the STC. And so we're setting up a science technology center, a science city that will relate to bring science to the market woman, bring science to the farmers, bring science to the lower level. And then we were part of the International Year of Basic Science and Sustainable Development that is moved on to 10-year. We have a lot of statutory representations and Academy Awards, and now the priorities and opportunities with research and innovation cooperation. And I'm saying that national academies should own it. So this conference session on research and innovation cooperation with Africa, we will explore the immense potential for collaborative science. Sorry, next slide, please. Let me stand here. Yes. So the session will highlight priority areas, challenges, success stories, and practical frameworks for building equitable partnerships. We will examine how international cooperation can help address global challenges while strengthening Africa's benefit for all partners involved. Next slide. Okay. Setting the stage, the current landscape of Africa research. Africa research landscape is evolving rapidly with notable progress in recent years. The continent produces approximately 2% of the world's research output, with significant growth in countries like South Africa, Egypt, Nigeria, and others. But despite the growth, challenges persist in funding, infrastructure, recognition of African research institutes. We receive less of 1% of the global research funding, creating a significant disparity. However, centers of excellences are emerging, and at Legon, we have several centers of excellence. The global research output is just 2%. Growth rate is 40%. At least we can say that we are growing. So Africa's current share of global scientific publications is only 2%. We're somehow increasing in research publications over the past decade, and research funding is less than 1%, and this has been said over and over again. So the Africa Academy of Sciences has our mission and our vision, which are laudable, and you all know that, so I'll skip that, please. Let's go on to why Africa? The strategic importance of Africa, research and innovation collaboration. So global challenges require global solutions. From climate change to infectious diseases, today's most pressing challenges transcend borders. African perspectives and innovations are essential for developing comprehensive global solutions that work for diverse contexts. We need unique innovation ecosystem. Africa's distinct challenges have fostered innovative approaches that leapfrog traditional development paths, like mobile banking and telemedicine are just two examples of African innovation with global applications. Demographic dividend. With the world's youngest population, Africa represents the future of global science talent. By 2050, 1 in 4 global consumers will be African, making the continent an increasingly important market and innovation hub. So collaboration with Africa isn't just about altruism. It's a strategic imperative for addressing shared challenges and unlocking opportunities for scientific advancement and economic growth. What are untapped potentials? Africa's growing scientific community. We're there. Okay. Africa's scientific community is experiencing unprecedented growth, powered by a young, tech-savvy population eager to serve local and global challenges. The continent boasts of 2,000 research institutes and universities, with enrolling STEM fields increasing by 15%. So we should be proud. We have a young population, which is growing about 60%. We have STEM growth, which is about 15%. And we are, whether not enough, we have women in sciences, and we are growing. And we should be proud of what we have and encourage us to do some more. Let's go to challenges facing African researchers today. Despite significant potential, African researchers face substantial systemic challenges that hamper scientific output and impact. Understanding these barriers is essential for designing effective collaborative networks. That's limited funding, infrastructure gaps, and capacity constraints. So I'll just do titles since I'm being told to be fast-tracked. What are our success stories? African innovation are success stories. African innovation making global impact. Despite challenges, African researchers are developing groundbreaking innovations that address local and global challenges. These success stories demonstrate the continent's scientific potential and the value of supporting African R&I. Medical breakthroughs, CRISPR-based diagnostic tests for malaria development in Ugandan scientists, South African HIV vaccine candidates in clinical trials, cardiopid tablet heart diagnostic tools from Cameroon, agricultural innovation, drought-resistant maize varieties developed by Kenyan researchers. So these are stories that we can be proud of. Nigerian biological control methods for aflatoxin in crops, Rwanda precision agricultural applications for reducing fertilizer use by 30%. Other notable innovations include M-Pedigree pharmaceutical verification system to combat counterfeit drugs, South Africa's lithium-ion battery technology, and Ghana's plastic road construction method using recycling methods. Let's go straight to breaking down barriers, creating equitable research partnerships. Historically, research partnerships between Africa and international institutions have been characterized by power imbalances. That limit mutual benefit, creating truly equitable, what we need to do is create truly equitable partnerships that requires deliberate restructuring of collaborative models. We need to have joint priority setting. We need to have balanced resource allocation. We need to have shared credit ownership issues. Equitable partnerships benefit all parties by generating more relevant research, building sustainable capacity, and fostering innovation that might otherwise be overlooked. Now, priority areas, I've categorized this in 5 category areas. That's climate change, adaptation, and resilience. Africa is disproportionately vulnerable. Are we there? Yes, disproportionately vulnerable to climate change despite contributing minimally to global emissions. The continent faces escalating challenges including drought, flood, rising temperatures. You know all that. So we need coastal protection, we need climate resilience, agriculture, early warning systems. We need early warning systems. Let's move on to priority number 2, public health and pandemic preparedness. Africa faces unique public health challenges, from infectious diseases to rising burden of non-communicable diseases, such as the COVID-19 pandemic highlighted both vulnerabilities of strengths in African health systems, creating momentum for renewed investment in health research. So we need key research opportunities, and we need success stories such as exemplified by CDC. Priority area is agricultural innovation and food security. Okay. So agriculture employs over 60% of Africa's workforce. We need sustainable intensification, we need farmer-centered systems, we need crop improvement, and we need post-harvest solutions. Next, please. Priority area 4 is sustainable energy solutions. We need distributed renewal systems, we need bioenergy innovation, we need grid integration. Next, please, priority area 5. We need preserving biodiversity and indigenous knowledge. Africa hosts some of Earth's most biodiverse ecosystems and possess rich indigenous knowledge systems developed over millennia. Both face threats from development pressure, climate change, and generational disconnects. Research cooperation in this area is vital for conservation and sustainable utilization. So some of our research priorities: documentation and validation of traditional knowledge related for medicinal plants, sustainable farming, ecosystem management, diversity mapping and conservation of endangered species and habitats, bioprospecting with equitable benefit sharing mechanisms, climate change impacts on biodiversity hotspots, most important. Research in this area must address complex questions of ownership, consent, and benefit sharing. Traditional knowledge should be recognized as intellectual partners, not merely sources. Let's go to funding. Funding, mostly, minimal, mostly government and minimal. Let me go to the last slide. Last but one slide.
And receive the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, Her Excellency, Professor, and observe the national anthem. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Please resume your seats. And let's officially welcome our Vice President, Professor Nana Akufo-Addo. Thank you so much, Madam Vice President. So quickly.
Welcome, my Vice President of the Republic, also a fellow of the very proud fellow of the Ghana Academy of Arts and Sciences, as with Professor Ayete here. And his Cardinal is Cardinal Texan is a fellow, and Kofi Annan is a fellow. So you can see the brains that persist there. So in conclusion, there's a call to action, specific next steps. Transforming the landscape of research collaboration with Africa requires concerted action from all stakeholders. We invite you to commit to specific actions that will advance equitable partnerships and strengthen Africa's research capacity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Isabella Anchiba Kwache. She is the president of the Ghana Academy of Art and Sciences. Please, a round of applause for her once again. Your Excellency, once again, you are warmly welcome. This is the closing ceremony of the Arise SD initiative convening here in Accra, Ghana. Just gone by was the first presentation on the theme Priorities and Opportunities for R&I Cooperation with Africa, and our professor enumerated a number of the priority areas Africa must focus on. Key amongst them is climate change adaptation, and it's something I'm sure the ministry is keen about. Your Excellency, over the last 2 days, there's been a number of meetings. The first held at the University of Ghana. Yesterday, we had the presidential opening that officially opened the initiative, and today we are closing out. On this note, I'd like to welcome the Executive Director of the African Academy of Sciences, Dr. Peggy Oti-Boateng, who will give more of a recap of what has happened in the last 2 days. Please, let us make welcome the Executive Director of the African Academy of Sciences, the host of this great convening, Dr. Peggy Oti-Boateng.
Thank you very much, Excellency. I'm smiling. Excellency Vice President Jane Nana Opoku-Agyeman. Thank you very much for being here. I smile because we come from far away. So thank you for this honor. Honorable Ministers, from Kenya, Principal Secretary from Kenya, our Minister hosting us, Minister of Environment, Science and Technology, our Honorable Deputy Minority Leader of Parliament, and we also have our UNESCO colleagues, fellows of the Ghana Academy of Arts and Sciences. And also we have our governing council members, they're here, who support my president, Professor Liz Coston. She designs the policies and the oversight which she gives to my secretariat. She's supported by, they're here, the four of them who are here, Professor Monavo, we have Professor Toto, we have Professor Raja. I think the rest, are connected online. It is my single honor, and then we have our partners from the EU, which, the EU has kindly, the reason why we're here is they have announced another tranche of $25 million to us, in addition to what they gave us before. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much. And the whole, the total sum is 200 million. We're very ambitious. So we decided to also mobilize and come with a pot in hand to African governments. And we're very pleased yesterday that the government of Ghana pledged 1 million to this process. And the Kenyan government of Kenya, represented by the Cabinet Secretary of Education, next by you, they also pledged 1 million. But what I hear that he said from the capital, because they host the African Academy of Sciences, they're looking at what else they can give us. But they said we have to show them what we have done with the 1 million. They need to see impact of the 1 million, and they can add more. Same with the government of Ghana. But in addition, the government of Egypt has also matched it with another 1 million. So we have three countries that have done. So we're very proud to have African governments putting in money where their mouth is. And we're here because of the ARISE program. Excellency was here yesterday to grace the occasion. But we're mainly here on the host of our Ghanaian ARISE fellow. And she's the person of Edemehu. Nahu? Yeah. She's now associate professor as a result, of capacitating her. So thank you very much and congratulations, Osamanya. All right. So just to give you a recap of what we've done, in the last 2 days, and this is the third day, is that as the sun set on this truly transformative ARISE scientific convening here in vibrant Accra, and thank you very much for hosting us. It is with profound gratitude and an invigorated sense of purpose that I stand before you on behalf of the African Academy of Sciences to extend our deepest appreciation. What we say in Ghana is there's Sankofa, and I would like to acknowledge His Excellency, former President Obasanjo. He was here in person, who gave us the foundational 5 million earlier on, many years ago. So I was happy to see that, that has also been matched. And on behalf of the African Academy of Sciences, on behalf of my president and her governing council, as to give you just a recap of what happened yesterday. It was a symphony of support, just like I've said, a catalyst for change. The government of Ghana, who unparalleled hospitality and unwavering commitment to nurturing Africa's science ecosystem, have been the bedrock of this convening. You embody the determined, visionary leadership essential for our continent, and we thank the government of Ghana. His Excellency John Mahama gave a very powerful challenge to us, but at the same time, he laid the foundation that to transcend rhetoric and deliver tangible results, to transform potential into performance, continue to resonate deeply. His call echoes not just within these walls, but across the continent. And we are here to make sure that these calls are pursued. We'd also want to thank the University of Ghana for their seamless hosting and dynamic engagement of our local scientists, infused in our discussions with unparalleled energy and intellectual depth. They, demonstrated, provided a testimony of Africa's universities, true engines of innovation and indispensable hubs for global collaboration. And the Vice Chancellor actually hosted it. But we have Professor Ayete, and others here, who, also hosted us. So thank you very much, Professor Ayete. Our partner government, Ghana, Egypt, and Kenya, and we're really proud that His Excellency President Ruto would not be here, but he gave us a very high, level of his representation, in the presence of the cabinet secretary. But at the same time, he also gave us a high level representation of the principal secretary for science, technology, and innovation and diaspora in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So we have two ministries here, highly represented. So thank you very much, Government of Kenya, for being here. Your concrete pledges to strengthen local research, ownership, send an unequivocal message. Africa's destiny will be shaped by Africa's homegrown brilliance. And the European Union would like to thank you for your substantial new investment in ARISE, which is a powerful affirmation of what we have done and the trust you have in us as African scientists and the African Academy of Sciences for managing this. It underscores that when Africa and the world unite, knowledge becomes unbreakable bridge to shared prosperity. And to the research engine of the continent, our continent stands not merely on an inflection point, but at the pre-piece of an arduous future. We stand here to pioneer climate change, climate resilience strategies, confronting emerging health threats, from harnessing the boundless potential of digital economy to ensuring food security. But even this morning, we were told that there is a need for Parliament to work with policymakers, to work with academia. It is only by doing this that will bridge the gap, and make sure that Africa's science will flourish. We're also giving evidence-based policies from different speakers, not only from Africa, but our colleagues from Europe. We have Spain here represented, we have France here represented, and there are others who are also, listening in. We also talked about the fact that we need innovation and jobs. We need resilient communities. We need continental integration that has shared research agendas, intellectual sinews that will knit our economies closer, powering the ambition of AfCTA and accelerating the realization of the African Union Agenda 2063, the Africa we want. And we're also here represented, by all our, our collaborators. And to go to the ARISE program. The ARISE program, they, demonstrated and showcased the work that they're doing yesterday, that Africa has come of age, igniting the African science renaissance. This convening has been more than just a meeting. It has been an essential, crucial way to share ideas that needs to be forged ahead in partnership, that we need to have a collective vision to shape all these ideas. We also have to see that there's incredible talent in Africa, the burning ambitions that we have in our young researchers. But what they need is an enabling environment and a collaborative spirit that will define the Africa science. And we're happy that you were once yourself a vice chancellor of a university, so you understand, the dynamics of this. That we need the policymakers to make sure that our research, is carried through. ARISE is a collective commitment to this vision. It is the platform through which we will amplify Africa voices, revolutionize research ecosystem, invest innovation, and also empower the youth, particularly our young mid-career researchers. In conclusion, the future is now. Africa is the future. The seeds planted here in Accra between coming together, policymakers, parliamentarians, and scientists, it's huge, but we have to move that forward. Let us leave this convening not just with renewed energy, but with concrete plans and unwavering resolute. Let us return to our nations, our institutions, and our communities as ambassadors of this new scientific dawn. Because we have our ARISE fellows in 38 countries in Africa. So that's already a way of bringing Africa together. The African Academy of Sciences stands ready to champion this journey with you. Together, we will build an Africa where scientific excellence is the norm, where innovation flourishes, and where research truly drives the transformative vision that we want and the Africa we want. With these few remarks, I'd like to say thank you very much for coming, and I would like to invite my president, Professor Liz Costin, to give her remarks. Thank you.
To our Executive Director, Your Excellencies, and most importantly, Your Honorable, this is important, Jane Nana Opaku Agomang, and I hope my pronunciation is good, the Vice President of Ghana, and all the dignitaries, ministers from Kenya and from Ghana, and the European Union, many countries, NEPAD. We've heard countries from Spain in support of this, France, my colleagues in the African continent, the Governing Council, our fellows, and most importantly, our ARISE young scientists, the next generation of leaders. I want to all thank you for spending the last 2-3 days with us, building the future we want. We've been privileged to really see government standing up for science and science standing up for government. We can truly form partnerships, and what we do need to integrate is industry in this triangular network of unlocking funding for science. We have deliberated the 1%, and I want to just say to Professor Jana that you said just grow the cake bigger, and maybe the 5% or 0.5% or 1% is not so important, and I fully agree. We need to grow our cake, our African cake, bigger, the way we want it for us, with our agenda. And as you said, start local, address our local problems, and take our science community forward. So thank you for your message just now. I want to just reflect on the past 3 days, and this is really a unique opportunity for us as the African Academy of Sciences to bring together scientists from all over the continent and our international networks and arise our scientific excellence in this continent. I stand before you very proud with renewed purpose and energy, and on behalf of the Academy of Sciences, it's my honor to offer a few remarks to reflect on the rich discussions we had over the last few days. This is truly a convergence of great minds and a shared vision for Africa. It's important to notice the powerful messages, the convergence of not only the intellect, but the commitment to go forward. It's also the discussion and the rich discussion around our critical challenges. And what to me was so interesting was to hear the same issues but from different perspectives. How in government you need to deal with certain realities. Every 3 or 4 year cycle there's a new election. So how we approach the problem becomes very important. We have listened to the big challenges we have, but also the opportunities. And we have experienced and seen the spirit of collaboration, and also the unwavering belief in this continent. We know that the inspiring calls from particularly our young people, and let's not forget the youth, the next generation who attended the first day, and I must say I admired them for sitting the whole day and listening and asking us important questions at the end of the day. We reaffirm our high-quality, mission-driven research approach. To be a scientist, a researcher, is a passion, it's a commitment, and it's not a luxury, but it's an important engine to drive the change, the growth, and the opportunities in the African continent. It is important that we never forget that we need to focus on evidence-based policies, and we need to catalyze industries, create new job opportunities through our scientific output, and we need to build resilient communities. And this is extremely important, that we also integrate the research priorities within the continent. We need to speak with one voice, and we need to build together going forward. One big project for our continent, one big plan, one big budget. And then we can go to the global funders and say, grow our cake bigger so that we can address the challenges in the African continent. The Accra Declaration, or Blueprint for Action, is an important declaration that we want to take forward. We want to be guided by the Agenda 2063 and the UN Sustainable Development Goals, the Africa's STI strategies, that all embodies the principles of scientific freedom and responsibility, equity, and very importantly, inclusion. We have discussed, how do we bring all the universities on board? How do we ensure that the quality of our education and our next generation scientists can be fit for purpose for the future, utilizing new technologies such as AI, and all the challenges we have, such as climate change and the impact it will have. We do have and put forward certain concrete comments, such as, let us deepen collaboration through an Africa-led global science network. And this is very important. We need to go forward together. We also want to make sure that we address the scale of investment, and particularly for African Union member states, pledging to raise the funding and to push the 1% GDP target. Then mainstream evidence in policy, and we've discussed policy matters, and we've discussed the pathway for scientists into influencing policy. And that's very important, because we need these knowledge hubs. It is very important that we also reform research, the what we do, how we do it, and for who we do it. And this is very important. We've heard several important discussions around research policies. We've discussed open science. We've discussed building technical capacity, opening our laboratories, sharing our equipment, and co-publishing. We've also discussed data, and I do have a message from our collaborators from the FAIR principal, Prof. Barendmans, and unfortunately I won't have time to read his message, but I will share it with all of you. But it is an invite for Africa to take control of our data, keep control of our data, and share data for the benefit of our continent. And that's extremely important. We want to therefore harness digital transformation and ensure continued investments in AI and big data. We want to advance science diplomacy, and very importantly, we want to drive climate and sustainable action. And I want to say thank you very much for that presentation of the key issues, environment issues, the issues around biodiversity, which I think is very important for us. Let's not forget the respect for nature and the unique biodiversity we have, and it's our responsibility to look after it. And also identifying the key challenges around food security and global health, and particularly health in our African continent. So thank you very much for that powerful summary. I also think it's important that we influence the global discourse, and particularly focusing on the Africa focus in the G20. And South Africa, being proud hosts of the G20, is embarking on a robust mission to ensure that the G20, when we hand it over, it is full of action steps and what we as Africans want. I therefore think it's very important that we as a science community, an African science community, give input in that G20 document and ensure that we are heard, that we speak with one voice. So the Accra Declaration will be formally presented to the South Africa G20 presidency in November this year, and it will be a pivotal moment for us. And we urge the G20 to embed the Africa STI agenda within its communique and capitalize on the Africa Science and Equity Global Partnerships. And through this, Africa will actively shape the global discourse of science and innovation. I finally want to also just have a tribute to our scientific vanguard and extend with special appreciation to the Heart of Africa, the scientists, our fellows, and our grantees. We do appreciate your support, your unwavering support, even through difficult times, and in stimulating that intellectual curiosity, and particularly in the next generation. I want to say thank you for the inspiring presentations of our ARISE fellows. You've done us so proud. We've all commented on your presentations, and I think my time is up, and I need to say thank you for your impact, your walking this journey with us, and taking ARISE and the AAS forward. And let us leave AGRA with renewed urgency and a shared resolve to translate this declaration, its principles and commitments into a vibrant reality across our continent. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you also very much, Professor Lisa Costin, President AAS. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we will be hearing shortly from the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, but before she does, we have a special performance to herald her speech. This dance is performed by the Ghana Dance Ensemble, and they call it the Jera Dance. Jera is a dance discovered by a hunter called Nanja. He chanced upon mystic beings moving in strange ways. Armed with his amulets and charms, he did himself steady and their secrets ways and brought the news to the community. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Jera Dance.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for the all-male dance crew, the Ghana Dance Ensemble. Ladies and gentlemen, this country is a country of many fests. But this very first one is one that is very profound and resounding, like a drop in an offering bowl. Let me take that again. This very one is very resounding and profound, like a drop of a coin in an offering bowl. Ladies and gentlemen, delivering the closing keynote address, we are honored to receive the first female vice president of the Republic of Ghana. We would rise and welcome Her Excellency Professor Jane Nana Opoku Agyemang, the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana.
Please take your seats. And we'll see about the coin and the drop. Welcome all of you. Let me address honorable ministers and members of parliament, members of the diplomatic corps, presidents and chairs of academies and research councils, our development partners, members of scientific and research communities, ARISE fellows, where are they? And of course, other researchers too. Students, are the students still here? They left, but they were here yesterday. That's good. Members of the press corps, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Oh, good afternoon. I know you are tired and everything is getting to an end. You hang in there. Good afternoon. I'm happy to be here with you today at the ARISE high-level meeting and to deliver the closing remarks. The importance of research and scientific excellence to our national and international development cannot be overstated. I therefore join His Excellency, the President of this country, to call on institutional actors, members of academia, industry, and civil society, and indeed all of us, to be interested in research and in the sound and sustainable initiatives that come out of it. Ladies and gentlemen, while I will not summarize what has been accomplished over the past few days, I must say that it is good to note that participation has been active and productive, and that there has been dialogue on different aspects of the research ecosystem. The organization of this event in Ghana is timely. The government is cognizant of the importance of science and technology to our development. STEM education is a priority because we need to innovate our way into a competitive and efficiency-driven economy for national development. We agree that science and technology are necessary for the radical transformation of our world, even in the light of, and especially because of limited resources. The COVID-19 pandemic, for example, reminded us, and still reminds us, of the importance of vaccine and pharmaceutical development, while ongoing environmental challenges such as climate change require, more than ever, our innovation and creativity. The same is true for topical issues like pollution and sustainable mining. Against that backdrop, occasions like this one are a reminder that we all need to be as inventive as much as we can. You have interacted with colleagues from different communities and countries. Let the contacts and insights that you have gained from this event crystallize into a strong research network. Let us build on those links to eliminate the borders that hamper our imagination and our intellectual curiosity. Occasions such as this one deserve to be recognized and repeated notably. Again, the principles and commitments, that is the section of your declaration, make for interesting reading and provide a template for action. Let me now take a moment to commend the organizers of this event, the African Academy of Sciences, the Ministry of Environment, Science and Technology, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the University of Ghana, and all those involved in putting this together. Thanks also to His Excellency the President for hosting this meeting in Accra and for officially opening it. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, special guests, development partners, sector ministers, policymakers, and my students who are absent. Thanks to all of you for being present here today. Know that your contributions have the potential to transform our realities for the better. On this note, I have the honor of declaring the 2025 high-level meeting of the Africa Research Initiative for Scientific Excellence closed. Thank you very much. And may God bless all of us and continue to bless our continent and our beautiful country, Ghana. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, Her Excellency Professor Jane Nana Opoku Agyemang. Your Excellency, we would humbly take a group picture with the delegation right here, please. We'll humbly take a group picture here. So all dignitaries should kindly join us here.
The GC members.
It's okay. Yes, that will be okay.
All right. Please, can we stay still and observe the national anthem one more time before Her Excellency the Vice President takes leave of us. Please hold on a moment. Please hold on a moment. Her Excellency would have to go towards her seat first, please. And now we stand at attention and observe the national anthem of Ghana. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Yes, you may please take your leave now. Thank you so much. A round of applause. All right. All right, thank you. So we would have to come back and continue our original program. So please bear with us. We would have our next speaker to give us a presentation, still on the session of priorities and opportunities for R&I cooperation with Africa. The next speaker is Dr. Engineer Ahmed Hamdi, Executive Director, AU-ASRIC. Ladies and gentlemen, please, with a resounding welcome, let's receive Dr. Engineer Ahmed Hamdi.
I think I need to be guided. It's not really the lucky speaker to come after we say we close the meeting. That's the worst speaker can stand in front of you, really. You know. So I'm just going to be brief and brief of the briefs. Like, I'll try to make it very short. The time I've been allocated to speak about, even I put everything in my bag, you know, like, okay. So the time I've been allocated to give the speech or to give a keynote address on priorities and opportunities in R&I cooperation with Africa, what is the key points? I was expecting to have a colleague from the European Union countering the presentation given by our colleagues from Africa, the Ghanaian distinguished professor. And I said, okay, let me walk the walk to understand, if I'm a European, what is the benefits for me to do the job, because it should be somebody from France, Spain, or other academies, or representative of the European Commission to stand here to give his presentation and keynote address. So, we are talking about, okay, forward, yes, okay. So, this is what my presentation is going to focus on: the rationale, global challenge, stability and migration, economic and talent potential, national knowledge assets, and then ethical and reparative cooperation, and science, diplomacy, and then innovation acceleration. So I believe some of these points being touched by the distinguished professor who gave the presentation before me. And I'm really feeling like we are having a common ground in Africa, how we think to cooperate. So The rationale why we should be working with the European Union, or why the European Union should be working with us, we have a shared goal and context. We are the youngest continent in the world. 60% of our population is young, and that's given opportunity for us to lead the research and development. Our population is very large in number. We are talking about 2.5 billion African in 2050. And that large number will be able to be the motivation, being the machine that can produce more research for the benefit of the world, not only Africa. Africa's stability is very critical. We don't need more immigrants to go through the Mediterranean to Europe. So until we create an enabling environment to sustain the African people, we'll have more immigrants either legally or illegally crossing the Mediterranean to go to Europe. The EU also, as a global actor, to support innovation and sustainable development is very important. And we are talking about the soft policies. And from there, security and stability is very important, as I mentioned. Internal problems in Africa is by any means impacting negatively in Europe, including economically or in the level of socio-economic problems that may happen because of immigration. Economic market interest, as we said, 40% of the youth our population is used by today. I believe by tomorrow the percentage will be larger and larger. And this is the talents where we need to harvest that. This is the talent innovation and pipeline. We have a workforce, young dynamic workforce, which can be needed to help the European to sustain their development. Some of the EU member states that are growing up in a negative prospection. That's including not only in European Union member states, but other in China and also in Japan. Japan is facing a lot of problems because they don't have the demographic pyramids there, or the pyramids there for the population is more elderly people than young people. So I think working with the African member states, the African Union, is a very good opportunity for the Europeans not to face such problems are faced today in Japan. You advise me on time, please? Okay, thank you very much. Geopolitical position. We have a global science diplomacy. We are talking about it. We are talking what they can introduce as a soft policies that help the integration of efforts between Europe and Africa to solve many of our problems. One of those things we are talking about, the science diplomacy, we are talking about the high-level panel for science and technology between EU and Africa. That is to meet, I think, every 2 years, and I believe the director of ESTI had mentioned about it. Growing talent base, we spoke about it, and I'm not going to repeat myself. The land in Africa, we have 60% of our land are urban lands. Biodiversity, which really very rich in Africa. You can benefit from a lot of the potential of indigenous knowledge systems, which does exist in Africa. I believe when we are doing the Africa Pharmacopoeia book in 2012, we identify 150 plants in Africa that registered, and they have a very good impact in pharmaceutica. And I believe this does not exist in Europe, so a lot of efforts need to be in that. We are talking about the innovation under constraint, and I believe we need to focus how we can build a research consortium that address the problems in the level of indigenous people in Africa and the minimum needs of the African people. We are talking about water. Clean water should be in every village, should be in every house. So this is a kind of research work we need to address it in the level of our partnership, because a healthy community, this will minimize the aids that coming to support this community in Africa. Rather, the people will be more productive and will be able to sustain themselves economically. We are going again to priorities. We are talking about it. We talk about health, and I believe all of them was detailed by my distinguished professor. We are talking about health, food security, climate and energy, digital transformation. We are talking about the AI, Internet of Things, e-governments. Some of our governments are still saying they have an e-governments and e-application, which is not functioning 100% as per se, because mostly it's a political statement. So we need to focus in this to really have an e-governments and e-application that to serve the community. Education, this is something we need to really highlight it. We're talking about 400 million young African in the education years. They are in the education level. Can you imagine if we are able to harvest 10% of these 400 million African students to build their capacity in STEM? That means we're going to have a 40 million talented person who can build Africa and also assist in building the European Union member states. So this is what we are talking about here, Horizon Europe and EU-Africa Innovation Agenda, joint research platforms. This is through the Pan-African University, and the Pan-African University is supported by some of the member states from the European Union, like Germany is supporting the water and energy, and there is other member states from the European Union supporting the Pan-African University. There is a lot of programs happening here for joint funding research, and I remember there is a consortium of scientists was put in place in 2010, 2011, where it's called Arena Africa or something like that. I just forget the name. They are working together to do a joint research. The other thing is, I remember I've been in Morocco, and I have visited one of the most advanced young university I ever seen in my life, which is the Euro-Made of Fas. The Vice Chancellor, Mustafa Bousmina, he's a very good friend of mine. I've been there. The question is, why we are not able to put the hands together and to have another initiative with Africa to duplicate the issue of Euro-Made, like this is Euro-Mediterranean policy framework. Why not to take this to be duplicated with some African universities to be able to have a world-class universities? I'll call everybody to go to visit the website for Euro-Made Fast to understand what I'm talking about. A world-class university, I can compare it with the Korean Institute for Science and Technology when I was teaching there, KAIST, in South Korea. It's a perfect university. I wish everybody to Google it. And this is one way or another to build the talent we needed in Africa to solve our problems with support of our partners. And this will be a smart partnership. We are building the workforce needed for Africa and beyond. So the challenges, yesterday I spoke about why people are going out of Africa, like brain drain. I just finished my PhD and I fly out. I take my degrees fully from Egypt. I had my master, my PhD, and I got two positions to be working for the Oceanographic Institute in the United States and the Korean Space Agency in South Korea. It was 9/11. My name is Ahmed, and I'm Egyptian, so I should go to South Korea. So I went to South Korea. Why I went to South Korea? More relevant research facilities, good salaries, a freedom of thought and creativity. I had, at that time I was doing simulation. I'm talking about 2001. I have a cluster of computers, about 32 parallel computers doing my simulation. When I was doing the prototyping in my institution in Cairo, they are kind enough to give me a cluster of 2 computers. So you can imagine I will not stay. So I fly. So this is something we need really, in the level of Africa, to see why this brain drain is happening, including the infrastructure gap I just mentioned. There is an ethical responsibility for Europe towards Africa. What is the largest ever country in Africa? I will not give names. What is the largest period of an African country being under colony? 550 years of colonization, one country. The shortest country is a part of Ethiopia, which is 5 years, and Ethiopia is the only country never being colonized in Africa. I give you another example before going to the next slide. Liberia. With all the love I had in my heart to Liberia being a member of the African Union, why Liberia have the flag of the United States with one star? You can ask yourself all these questions. So it's a moral commitment from the European to help the African people who helped them for 500 years by exploiting their minerals and their talent and whatever it is at that time. So let's work together to be sure that this is to be deleted from the history of Africa. And there are many African member states, including Nigeria. I have met with the Senators' Committee on Arbitration, and they are really willing to introduce science and technology and capacity building and education within this framework. So the key takeaways and call for action. Africa, central to solving global challenges in health, climate change, food and technology. R&I cooperation must shift from charity to mutual benefit. Let's have a smart partnership. Let's have a win-win situation. Invest in Africa, lead to research and innovation systems, which is very important. We need to have support, equitable partnership, leverage existing frameworks like Horizon Europe, AU-Africa Innovation Agenda, and among others. So before going to this, is there anything happening in Africa? We are doing it different from yesterday. It is. There is. Dangote is investing in research in his refinery in Lagos. He's investing in R&D in his cement companies. 1 minute, I'm concluded. Thank you very much. So, and this one here, this is the most. Can I have the one before last, please? Before thank you, I'm going to say thank you now, but I need just this one here. Africa is the most richest, one of the most richest 10% in the continent. He is investing in AI. So even our rich people, our philanthropists, they know the need for research. So I call upon the ministers, I call upon the member of parliaments, go to the private sector, go to the rich people in Africa, talk to them. He pledged a lot of money for AI, and he's from Zimbabwe and investing in South Africa. He's a role model we need to celebrate, all of us. Before conclusion, I would like to say, the president, the director, you did a great job. You really did a great job. When the African Union Research Grant, I'm the founder, you know it, I'm the founder of the African Union Research Grant. When I established the research grant in 2010, with the support from the European Union, we never dreamed to go that far. And without your commitment and to take the flag and fly it high, I congratulate you for everything. And also I would like to be grateful to the President of Ghana, the Vice President of Ghana, the members of Parliament, the Minister. It's the first time ever in the level of myself working for this job since 2006 to find a meeting opened by a president and closed by a vice president. Congratulations and thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Engineer. He deserves another round of applause. He's so affable, isn't he? You've just got to love Dr. Engineer. Beautiful. So, a little change to our program. First of all, let me stand on behalf of the organizers to render an apology to the remaining speakers on our program. Unfortunately, it looks like since the VIP has closed us, it will be a bit awkward to keep going and going and going. So we've decided that we'll bring it to a close and then have the minister call for the declaration, and then we wrap it up for this year's conference. Hopefully, our speakers will have opportunities in subsequent conferences. Are we all happy with that? All right, thank you so much. So let me take the honor of inviting back to the podium the Sector Minister, Honorable Ibrahim Murtala Mohammed. Please, a round of applause.
Thank you so much. I think that I have to thank the organizers and thank everybody, particularly the participants. I think that it's been very active and I appreciate it. The event has come at a time when we are extremely busy in Ghana. Yesterday, we had to receive the Prime Minister for India. So I was supposed to be in Parliament myself because I'm also a member of Parliament. Everybody was there, but the President considered, this program very important. He was here. Fortunately or unfortunately, today too is our Founders' Day. And it also falls on the birthday of Osajifo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, our first president. And it's a public holiday, actually. When I was leaving, the Republic Day is 1st July, yes. When I was leaving home, today is Founders' Day. When I was leaving home, my daughter was telling me, Daddy, why? But today is holiday. Why are you going again? And I said, I have been called to perform a national assignment. And I want to thank the outstanding presenters, speakers, discussants, and thank those who haven't had the opportunity to present their papers or made presentation. I think it's been outstanding, and I have actually learned a lot. And of course, my mother, I said 8 months ago they were in government and we were in opposition. Today the tables have actually turned. My mother is in opposition, we're in government, but I rely on her expertise and advice tremendously as a minister in charge of environment, science and technology. She had been there and I actually rely on her. She's also a leader of the House. It is my prayer that she'll be in the opposition for some time now. I know my mom will not be happy about that. And before I go ahead with the declaration, I think that something that is significant. I think if you listen to all the presentations, and as I indicated when I was a discussant, that the challenges we are here to find solutions to were created by us. And if I can take solace in Albert Einstein's words, that the significant problems that confront us can never be solved with the thinking we had when we created them. So the only way we can find solutions to these problems which we created is to change our thinking. And as politicians, we also need to change our thinking. And I can assure you that we will change our thinking. Yes, and my mother has agreed. I'll begin with the preamble that by recalling the Muscat Declaration on Global Science that was in January 2025, which calls for open, inclusive, and well-financed science system worldwide. 2, guided by Agenda 2063, the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, the UN International Decade of Science for Sustainable Development, 2024 to 2033, and Africa's Science, Technology, and Innovation Strategy, STISA 2024-2034. 3, recognizing that evidence-based policy innovations are indispensable to Africa's social transformation, spanning global health, sustainable agriculture and food systems, digital inclusion, climate action, and peace. 4, affirming the central role of Africa's scientists, research institutions, private sector actors, civil society, and youth in achieving these goals. We, the ministers, members of parliament, presidents of academies, scientists, innovators, funders, and partners gathered in Accra, hereby proclaim the following principles and commitments, urging the 2025 G20 summit under the presidency of the Republic of South Africa to integrate and advance them in global science deliberation. The principles include 1, scientific freedom and responsibility. Uphold the free, responsible, and secure practice of science across all borders. 2, equity and inclusion. Embed gender equality, youth leadership, and the participation of underrepresented communities in all research and innovations, R&I endeavors. 3, open and ethical service. Promote open science norms, certify data open access, transparent peer review, align with the UNESCO recommendation on open science. 4, evidence for impact. Systematically translate research findings into social, economic, and environmental solutions. And I guess Her Excellency the Vice President and also Kenya demanded same. We want to see how much we are spending. There should be some results. And I think that is what this point is emphasizing on. And 5, shared prosperity. Ensure that the benefits of science and technology are locally accessible and advance Pan-Africa integration. My brother is no longer here. He gave me a story when we went out that there was a particular village where they wanted to cut down forests. And then when they went there to tell them, you don't need to cut down the forest because it affects the rainfall, then a political opponent went and told them that where does rain come from? They said from the sky. So what has forest got to do with rains? And the people actually believe it. So I think that we have a lot of work. Now, commitments on this declaration. 1, deepen collaboration. Establish an Africa-led global science network to foster inter- and transdisciplinary collaboration, including South-South and triangular partnership and digital knowledge exchange platforms. 2, scaling investment, domestic commitment. AU member state pledge to raise gross expenditure on R&D to 1% of GDP by 2030, and to ring-fence at least 30% of national science budget for early career researchers. I guess the Vice President has a different view. She thinks that we must expand our economies, grow them, and even if the percentage is not increased, at least the quantum of money that comes for research will be high. I think we can look at them, in both ways. Continental mechanism, launch an African Science and Innovation Fund, building on ARISE SD, to pool resources from governments, philanthropy, and private sector and development partners. And for global partnership, invite the G20 to match Africa's investment through blended finance, instruments, and concessional technology transfer facilities. I think Prof. Aite will agree that there's a popular saying that if you want someone to help you carry your load, you need to make in some effort. Unless you lift it to some stage and the person will help you carry. And I think that that's what we also need to be looking at. 3, mainstreaming evidence in policy. Create or strengthen knowledge to policy hubs in each AU region to package, broker, and monitor the uptake of research evidence in public policy, corporate practice, and community action. Another point is mandate period evidence impact audits within ministerial and regional bodies to assess how research informs budgeting and legislation. And I guess if this thing is done, the Minister for Finance would not be questioning us what results. At least if you have periodic reports as to the impact of research, it's something that would help, and all of us, must take that serious. Now, reforming research systems. Adopt transparent, context-sensitive research assessment framework that values social impact, indigenous knowledge, and open science practices alongside scholarly metrics. Incentivize reproducibility, data stewardship, and multilingual dissemination to widen the reach of Africa's scholarship. I stand here, I don't understand, I can't speak French. Unfortunately, my wife is from Guinea, but I can't speak French. And I think that maybe perhaps if you all take this thing serious, it will help. If there's a document that is written in French, maybe perhaps I need to be looking for my wife to come and read and explain to me. But if we actually attach much importance, it will help in our research work. Nurturing talent and mobility. Expand Pan-African postgraduate scholarship, protected fellowship for at-risk scientists, and join laboratories with reciprocal visa-free mobility for researchers. I'm not too sure whether we need visas to travel in many African countries today. I was in Kenya. We do. There are some countries you still, wow. So I think that we need to look at them. Integrate entrepreneurship and innovation, curricula into STEM training to accelerate lab to market pipelines. 6, harnessing digital transformation. Prioritize continental investment in AI, big data infrastructure, quantum and space technologies, ensuring ethical guidelines and capacity building keep pace with deployment. Commit to closing the gender and rural digital divide by 2030. Gender issues are very, very important. Once my mother is here, she is the most radical advocate of gender in parliament. Everything, there must be some gender consideration. And it is fair that in our policy interventions, we take gender issues very, very serious. 7, advancing science diplomacy. Establish an African Science Diplomacy Forum to coordinate STI positions in multilateral processes, including the G20 COP meetings and the UN Summit of the Future. Promote joint scientific missions that tackle cross-border challenges. Example, climate resilience in the Sahel, blue economy innovation, and pandemic preparedness. 8, driving climate and sustainability action. Endorse a dedicated African climate science acceleration program to enhance predictive models, nature-based solutions, and clean energy innovation tailored to local contexts. Call to the G20, South Africa 2025. We urge the G20 to 1, embed Africa SCI agenda within its 2025 communique and action plans, recognizing Africa as a vital partner in delivering global public goods. 2, co-capitalize the African Science and Innovation Fund and support technology transfer mechanisms that respect equitable intellectual property practices. 3, champion open science by aligning G20 research funding rules with the UNESCO recommendation, ensuring barrier-free access to public-funded research. I think this thing is very, very important. Part of the discussion we had in Kenya on the funding for plastic waste, the Western countries' position is that it should be added into the GEF project. And the problem we have as a continent is accessing money from the GEF program is extremely difficult. So the fear is that if we want to put it in there and we don't have a dedicated funding source for it, we will not be able to fight this, and that has been the challenge. So I think that sometimes the complexities of accessing such funds, even though they are available, is a challenge. Launch a G20 Africa Science Mobility Framework to streamline researcher visas, mutual recognition of qualification, and collaborative doctoral schemes. And I think it's very important. We've had people who have had admissions to go and pursue courses in research areas, and getting a visa is extremely difficult, more so when we are all now being trumped. There are many African countries that have been trumped now to even get visas to go and pursue courses that would help research in Africa. It's a difficulty. 5, establish a high-level task force on evidence-informed policy to share the best practices on integrating scientific evidence into decision-making. Honorable, I think this one comes to me and you, that we should be informed so that when we are making decisions, political decisions. It is not limited to NDC and PP, but Ghana and the continent. Implementation and follow-ups. The African Academy of Science, in concert with the African Union, Africa Scientific Research and Innovation Council, and the government of Ghana will convene an annual Accra Declaration Review Forum to track progress, publish indicators, and share lessons learned. And I think that, Honorable, you emphasize on that. It is important for us to do proper monitoring and evaluation of some of this. A digital Accra dashboard will visualize commitment, funding flows, collaboration networks, and evidence uptake scores updated annually. And last one, a summary progress brief will be submitted to AU Summit and to successive G20, presidencies. Conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, adopted in Accra on this 4th day of July 2025, the Accra Declaration represents a compact among African nations and their global partners to invest boldly in science, collaborate without borders, and ensure that research evidence drives tangible social transformation across the continent. We call on governments, international organizations, the private sector, and civil societies to endorse and enact this commitment for the shared prosperity of Africa and the world. Signed on behalf of the participant, 4th July 2025. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable. And so, my co-MC and I would also like to extend our sincerest gratitude to all of you participants of this conference for your patience and tolerance for us. We hope we've done a good job.
And like I always say, we do hope we earned the pleasure of your time. Thank you so much for joining us in this convening. Like we say in one of the local parlances, to wit, when an elderly is done speaking, there's nothing much more to add. And so on this note, we say thank you for being a part of history. We get to wait and see the outcomes. We are looking forward to seeing the outcomes. We are hopeful for the future of science in Africa. And we are optimistic that in the last 3 days, we have done justice to the theme that is unpacking the pact for the future, imperatives for the advancing of scientific cooperation with Africa. And it is my prayer that the Africa and the future we are all praying for, we will be alive to witness this. Thank you so much. Wish you a safe travel back to your various countries. We will meet again same time next year for another convening. My name is Pamela Kosa.
And my name is Ato Texan. Goodbye and bon joie.
Thank you so much. We'll take a group picture now. We'll all come,
Bon
everybody.
voyage.
A big group picture. Everyone.
Yes,
everyone.
so the entire room, find a place on this platform or lower and take a position.
Come around for a big picture. Very big thank you to the local organizing committee as well, to all the organizers, to the technical support team, every single one of you we have worked with. We say, Akpe Yedase.
All right, please find a position up here or below. Take a spot. And please make sure the cameras can see you clearly wherever you stand. Come, from far, from near, everywhere. Take a position. A few more to join. Please do well to join us. Yes.
We are here.
Oh, yes. Abbas, please, the projector. We will dance. Let's have the projector light off. And then, of course, happy smiles all around. Dumno cry, dumno cry, dumno. Or just cover the that's it.